Good morning. The Bills are back at it on the practice field today after having off practice yesterday. Good news for the Bills on the injury front. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reported yesterday afternoon that Bills rookie cornerback Maxwell Hairston did not tear his ACL after suffering a non-contact injury on Tuesday. He's considered week to week with a sprained knee. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your board of attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Elsewhere in the NFL insider Jordan Schultz reported yesterday that edge rusher Trey Hendrickson has reported to Bengals training camp. Hendrickson will be part of team meetings, however, will not take part in team practices. While being in attendance, Hendrickson avoids racking up more fines from the NFL, and he now joins a list of big names holding in at training camp, like Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin and Cowboys defensive end Micah Parsons. Kansas City Chiefs head coach Andy Reid reported yesterday that Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy has entered the league's concussion protocol, although Reid doesn't expect Worthy being out long term. Jay Glazer of NFL on Fox reported yesterday afternoon that the Seattle Seahawks are extending general manager John Schneider after agreeing to a new 4-year contract extension. Schneider was first hired by the Seahawks as GM back in 2010, helping the team get to back-to-back Super Bowls in 2013 and 2014, and winning the Super Bowl in 2013. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, hey, everybody. Excuse me. Got a button to cough into if I need to.
There is a cough drop, it says.
Yeah, they call it a cough drop.
Although if I hit the button, a cough drop doesn't spit out of here, right?
No, that'd be next level.
That would be cool.
It's rainy here at St. John Fisher. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday.
Our first rainy day.
Yeah, it rained a different day when we were not here. Maybe one of the afternoons or late mornings.
Okay.
Maybe like Friday last week it rained.
Okay.
Later in the session, it's not rained since I've been here. So we were here on Tuesday, and it was hotter than mercury.
Yep.
And then today it's chilly and rainy.
Yep. And I remembered a quarter zip.
We both did. Look at us.
/ quarter zip golf hoodie.
You know, they call this veteran. It's a veteran move from us, bringing the quarter zips. Both of us.
Yeah.
You know, you've been through these battles before. You know. Although I am in a current situation where walking from the car to where we are in the quarter zip resulted in rain falling on the quarter zip, and now the quarter zip is the thing that is making me cold.
Because it's wet?
Yeah. So what's the story on that?
So you should bring a rain jacket.
Yes,
next time.
That's right.
Over the quarter zip.
That's where we failed today.
And then you have, and then you'll be good because then you'll have the dry quarter zip when you arrive at the table. Or could we set up like a mini closet maybe in the corner here, like ready to go for when we get here? Could we hang some dry clothes back here just to save day to day?
Yeah, next year just
Would anyone complain?
A full wardrobe.
Yeah. A chest, maybe like a closed chest that we could just hang out behind us. People think it's equipment. You open it up, it's just, rain jacket.
It's our clothes.
Sweater. Yep.
Yeah, what's in here? Oh, yeah, the radio guys have a bunch of gear in here. Yep.
Yeah. It's just like there's clean underwear in there. There's clean socks. Just everything you need.
Yep. Well, we're here for another day, and the Bills will be back at Buffalo tomorrow for the blue and red. And guests coming up on the show today. We'll talk with Bills Special Teams Coordinator Chris Tabor at 9:15, and then Bills Special Teams legend and wide receiver Steve Tasker coming up at 9:30. So that's on the slate today. We'll check in with Sal, of course. I've not yet booked what time that'll be. I figure, he'll get here, or he came last night and he'll wake up. The kind of thing where, Sal's pretty busy, so I thought when he wakes up, he'll say, like, what do you think?
When he's ready to walk over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll
with his coffee, he'll be good
today.
Yeah.
So, here we are. Another day of training camp. And yesterday we got good news. Of course, the big news out of the way early. Maxwell Hairston, not a long-term injury, not a season ender, not a month. So it looks like it'll be weeks. Could be ready to go about the start of the regular season, which, now we get into the conversation about can he get mental reps, right? Will he be in these meetings and have an opportunity to kind of get up to speed even though he can't be on the field? This is something that for rookies we've seen be a problem. With Cole Bishop, kind of led to a conversation that his whole season wasn't where it needed to be because he was hurt for so much of it.
Yep.
I hope we don't get into that kind of conversation about Hairston. Just, hey, yeah, he's banged up and he's got an LCL sprain, but the timeline is just like, a little blip, little speed bump, no big deal, hopefully.
Certainly good news. Feels like expecting him to play week 1, not even because he's not healthy, but because of everything you just said. Doesn't it kind of feel like a long shot right now that not again that he would be, maybe he would even be active for the game and would be practicing weeks before the game begins. But what are the odds now that they line up against Baltimore week 1 Sunday Night Football and he's even rotating in on the defense? Like he's there maybe as a strict backup, and that is it for the start of the year. And maybe that honestly could be the first month of the season. I mean, Cole Bishop last year doesn't get in until there's an injury. So, resetting expectations with Hairston a little bit, I think you kind of have to because I just don't think it's really fair to expect or likely to expect that, especially that Baltimore game, that he's going to make any sort of impact.
Yeah. If you go 6 weeks from today, we are into the season.
Okay.
So what's the timeline? He could be ready for the opener. That's about 5.5 weeks away.
Ian Rappaport had 3 weeks, right, on his tweet yesterday, 3 to 4 weeks.
So the timeline is he'll be healthy. The LCL sprain could be good by the time we get to the end of the preseason.
Yeah.
Like 3 weeks from today, the Bills are going into their final preseason game with Tennessee. Is it Tennessee? Tampa Bay, sorry.
Tampa
Bay, yeah.
I was going to say, I didn't think Tennessee.
No, I saw Buffalo Bills.
Started with a T.
Yeah, at T on my calendar. So, Bills at Tampa. So, he could be ready if it's a straight 3 weeks and he's healthy. He's good to go by Tampa. But, by that point, I don't know. I don't think you'll put him out there. That's going to be a load management situation. Even if he's healthy, they probably bring him back slowly. How much do things really get derailed? I guess it's a camp storyline, and he's not out there for the rest of this. You won't be seeing him at the blue and red. All right. Mm-hmm. It's good news. I mean, I feel like you got to take it as good news. You get out of a training camp with nobody seriously injured to the point where they're missing actual time. And that sounds like what Hairston is.
Yep.
Like if they really put it this way, if he's a 10-year vet, does he start against Baltimore? Maybe. If it's true,
maybe.
If it's true 3-week injury, then maybe. But as it is, he wasn't exactly projected to beat out Tre'Davious White through the first week or so of camp. So the whole thing seems to me like okay, all right, blip, just kind of move it along.
Like right now, I would sign up for Max Hairston being their starting corner for the first time in Week 8. That is the week after the bye. So they have their first 6 games. They play Atlanta on Monday Night Football. Then they go to the bye week.
Yeah.
And then they come out of the bye week at Carolina in Week 8.
That's if everybody else stays healthy. I mean, if they might need him in Week 4.
That's true, right? And both their corners, as we've pointed out in the last couple of years, Tre'Davious White and Christian Benford have had their share of injuries. So that could happen. If everybody stays healthy, though, that's something that I'll be wanting to see, hoping that they have a plan for. That, hey, even if Tre'Davious White starts the year, assuming he doesn't look like Tre'Davious White of old. Like, if he's all-pro Tre'Davious White, you're not taking him out of the game. But if he looks like he did last year for the Ravens and the Rams, or maybe even just a little bit better than that, then I'll be wanting to see the first-round rookie go in. And I feel like after that bye week, You'll have other new defensive pieces coming back in, too. Like, that's when I would like to see the whole thing get fully formed. Like, all right, ramping up for the postseason. You get Ogunjobi and Hoyt back, and that's when you put the rookie corner in to see what he's got. When you know the veteran's back there anyway. If it doesn't go well and you start Hairston for 3-4 games and it looks like it's a disaster, then you'll have Trey White in your back pocket. And honestly, you could even file that under wrapping him in bubble wrap for the postseason if you want.
Do you feel like with the Hairston injury and Hoyt and Ogunjobi and their suspensions, and also the way the Bills' schedule lines up, like they start with the Ravens and then it's Jets, Dolphins, Saints, Patriots, Falcons, like
not many top offenses in there.
Well, we'll see.
Not terrible.
We'll see about that. I mean, the Jets and the Saints, you wouldn't expect that. Baltimore, you would. Miami has a lot to prove. New England's maybe on the rise. Atlanta's interesting.
That's right.
They could find their way there.
But I'd put it this way. Like, there's only one team in there I'd expect to be a top 10 offense.
Yeah, that might be right. The thing I was about to ask is, do you feel like we're going to know anything about their defense 6 weeks in? Because if you think those offenses are not very good, and going in you kind of don't, I might think there's some biters in there. There's some teeth to some of those offenses, and I've got 3 guys missing slash working their way back. We'll see. I mean, who knows?
Right, like evaluating what they are for January, which is the question about the defense. Nobody questions that they can be one of the top defenses in football during the regular season. They do that almost every year. They didn't do it last year, but they do it almost every single year. The question is, what does that defense do when they go and play the Chiefs, when they go and play the Bengals in the postseason? And for that, I don't think we're going to have some semblance of like what Milano looks like, right?
Yeah.
And hey, how far along are TJ Sanders and is Deion Walker anything, or is he a healthy scratch? Is Dwayne Carter, same question, is he contributing at all, or is he a healthy scratch? Like, what does Cole Bishop look like? Cole Bishop might be the best guy to let's find out about in the first 6 weeks. There are things to learn, but the totality of the defense, no. Honestly, you throw Bosa into that. I mean, Bobby Babbitt earlier in the week told us there's a plan for Bosa, and we knew that beforehand anyway. So how much are they playing Bosa? Him getting ramped up as the season goes on, Ogunjobi coming back, Hoyt coming back, Hairston maybe being a few weeks before he gets in there. I think we could definitely be sitting here after 6 games and saying, all right, they look pretty good, but I've got these 4 pieces that I all expect to be contributing for me either more or at all when I get to playoff time that haven't been on the field. And that would be the 3 guys we mentioned. And then I would throw Bosa, if they are managing his reps, being a part of that too. If he's playing 40% of the snaps all year, I'm going to have in the back of my mind, they might throw him up to 70-80% when we get to January. And that could look a little bit different.
803-0550, our phone number. We'll talk again with the Bills special teams coordinator coming up at 9:15 and Steve Tasker at 9:30. So a little bit of a special teams tinge to today. I was just looking this up. What percentage of football fans, NFL fans, could perfectly explain to you how the kickoff currently works?
Let me first ask, did they change anything from last year?
I will not answer that question because
that's giving me the answer.
That's part of it. They changed a lot last year, and then they had tweaks this year, and that you don't know if they did, I think is an indication that less than 10% of football fans could nail how the kickoff currently works.
Because I know what they did last year, but what they've changed from last year to this year, I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, well, tonight's a Hall of Fame game.
I have no idea.
You might get an explainer. This is actually one spot where having a rules analyst on the broadcast is worth it.
Yeah.
All right.
The Hall of Fame game.
Yeah. Or Hall of Fame game and just explaining kickoffs. All right, hey, everybody, I know you watch kickoffs for 30 years, and they changed it last year, and they changed a little bit of the change. So currently, and you watch this tonight at the Hall of Fame game, the touchback on kickoffs, touchbacks.
Yeah.
On kickoffs, not touchbacks on punts. Touchbacks aren't the same as touchbacks all the time anymore. That's one thing, of course, we've changed.
Okay.
Touchbacks on kickoffs come out to the 35. So if you're a
Yep.
kickoff into the
Yep.
end zone touchback is the 35-yard line. Last year, that was the 30. And the return rate was not high enough. They did not like how high it was. Many coaches were comfortable kicking touchbacks in 2024. The league produced a return rate of 32%.
Okay.
Denver Broncos special teams coach Darren Rizzi, one of the primary architects of the new revamp to the 35, says the return rate should jump to between 70 and 75%.
Okay.
Now, a touchback, you give them the 35, good night. Nobody wants to do that. And while this is on every kickoff, the real spot to hone in on is there's a minute left in the game. What are you going to do? You do not want to boom it out of the back of the end zone. 5 years ago, booming out of the back of the end zone, that's what, the 25 or the 20? I mean, they've been playing with touchbacks forever. But now the touchback is the 35.
Okay. So, more kickoffs, though. More kickoffs.
More kickoff returns.
More kickoff returns is what I meant. Yeah.
Yep. More returns.
Okay.
That's what should come of this.
I
more
bet
returns.
you're right that less than 10% of people know that that's actually happening.
Yeah. The league is, the dynamic kickoff, the kicker by himself, the teams where they are. That's one part of what you're supposed to know, and the other part of it is, of course, the actual kickoffs and where the ball's spotted. Like the opening kickoff tonight. Let's say it goes through the end zone. You're watching this game, this Hall of Fame game between the Chargers and the Lions. And that means the ball's at the 35. And the 35, I can remember, this is not that far back, but the Panthers-Patriots Super Bowl, if you remember that well.
Okay.
Part of the reason that the Patriots won that Super Bowl is because after the Panthers scored to tie it, John Casey, the Panthers kicker John Casey.
Lefty, right?
Kicks it
Lefty
out
kicker.
of bounds. And the Patriots get the ball at the 40.
Really? I don't remember that.
Yep.
Okay.
Ball is kicked out of bounds, and Tom Brady and the Patriots get the ball at the 40-yard line to drive for a game-winning kick.
Really?
Massive mistake from a kicker there. I bet in Carolina history it is remembered, but here or just around the world.
I mean, that might be their 13 seconds.
Kicking it out of bounds?
Maybe.
Yeah, how much time is left? Check that. How much time?
So he kicks it out of bounds on the kickoff with 1:08 to play.
Yeah. Brady gets the
Tie
ball
game
at the 40. Imagine instead that's out of the end zone or that's a touchback at that time. Now a touchback is the 35. So think about what they've decided to do with kickoffs here and say how punitive it is to you don't want to return 35-yard line.
Right.
It used to be illegal play 40. And now it's a 35 for a touchback.
Yeah, Brady on that drive only goes 27 yards.
To win. That's the GOAT,
to win the football game. He needed 2 13-yard passes.
That's the GOAT.
Basically.
2 13-yard passes. And, Vinatieri drills the kick.
Yeah.
Is that the Panthers' 13 seconds? I mean, it's a special teams gaffe.
It's got to be. They probably have 2, right? They have 2. We have 13 seconds. We have Norwood.
They have that. They have the fumble too. Is that?
I was going to say they have Cam Newton's fumble and not diving into the pile for it.
That's pretty bad
in the Super Bowl. And then maybe this is their other one. And that's probably it. I don't know what else Carolina did. They have an NFC Championship loss that they could have one of those, and I don't remember. But that's pretty bad. I mean, really that, and this is for the playoffs too, right? Mm-hmm. 35-yard line for the touchback.
Yep.
I mean, if you're presented with a similar situation to a couple of years ago, I think that you're more inclined even then not to kick it through the back of the end zone. I mean, Mahomes and Kelsey drove down without being at the 35-yard line. So you definitely know in those situations you're definitely not kicking it through the back now.
And speaking of is this in overtime? Or sorry, is this in regular season or just playoffs?
Right.
Remember, there is an overtime change in the regular season. It now mirrors the playoffs. It used to be overtime in the regular season did not match overtime in the playoffs.
Right.
Now it does. Each team is guaranteed a possession, even if the first team scores a touchdown. So that is now part of the regular season as well.
Which is good because that is one where there's a real decision there. There is, do you want the ball first do you want in the going for 2-point conversion, and who would go for 2, and Shanahan kind of gaffing that a little bit in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. It's happened so rarely. Is that the only time that we've actually seen that overtime rule? Has there been another playoff game where we've seen it? Because we saw it in the Super Bowl, and Shanahan might have messed it up, and I'd like to see that tested on who are the sharp coaches, who knows, who wants to do it this way, who wants to, you might actually want to wait to take the ball because then you know what you're going to need on that second drive, and that's a preference choice that I bet every coach in the league right now has, and we have no idea who thinks what because we've seen like 2 teams do it.
It's not happening much. And
I think that the only time it's that Super Bowl, right? I don't know if there's another playoff game that's
went
to
to overtime. It's a good question, but
but now we'll see it more.
It's
if it's
debatable on which is right, and
right.
You need more trials to see what everybody does.
That's the thing, right? Like I'm interested in finding out what is the smarter choice. I feel like we don't know right now because in part we haven't seen it practiced, and now if it's going to be in the regular season, we're going to see it. That's
right.
Well, actually, I don't want to assume. How many overtime games are there a year in the NFL?
That's a good question. I don't
know the answer to that.
Because that format, again, if you forget what happened in that Super Bowl, the Niners go down and settle for a field goal.
Yeah.
And then the Chiefs go down and score a touchdown and win the game. Right? That's how that goes.
Right.
And Shanahan got crushed for that. But we also have gamed it out so far where had the Niners scored a touchdown, the Chiefs would score a touchdown and then in that spot likely go for 2.
Yep.
Or does a team there kick a extra point, allowing the first possessed team to then kick a field goal.
Right.
So, we got a game because if every second team decides to go for 2, now all of a sudden first teams are going to start going for 2.
Right.
Making it so the second team sorry, it's too early to get into this game theory. We got our first football game, our first football game of the season tonight.
Hall of Fame game. They will not have overtime, right? I don't think they do overtime.
They use half the time they call this game in the third quarter because it's raining.
That's also true. I think they eliminated overtime in the preseason.
Okay, good.
Officially. By the way, there were 16 overtime games in the NFL last year.
All right. Well, I'd like to see this format. So,
yes.
So good.
We're going to see it.
All right.
100%.
803-0550. If you want to join us, you can. 1-888-550-2550. It is preseason football season starting now. Because you've got the Hall of Fame game tonight. I want to talk about the Hall of Fame class a little bit, so we'll do that.
Yep.
And also want to get your thoughts in on a couple things. The return of the Thursday three-way parlay.
Expanded now.
Expanded. We're expanding it for Big O. Now we got 4 people on the show, so Owen's jumping in on this. We now introduce the fantastic 4-way parlay for some Thursday night football action tonight with the Hall of Fame game. You're asking, can you possibly put together a 4-way parlay on a preseason game? The answer is, yeah, and we're going to do it. It's preseason for everybody. That's us too. So we'll do that later. We'll talk with Sal. We'll talk with special teams coordinator Chris Tabor and Steve Tasker as well as we continue live from St. John Fisher here on WGR. Another day of training camp, and yesterday we got good news. Of course, the big news out of the way early. Maxwell Hairston, not a long-term injury, not a season ender, not a month. So it looks like it'll be weeks. Could be ready to go about the start of the regular season, which, now we get into the conversation about can he get mental reps, right? Will he be in these meetings and have an opportunity to kind of get up to speed even though he can't be on the field? This is something that for rookies we've seen be a problem. With Cole Bishop, kind of led to a conversation that his whole season wasn't where it needed to be because he was hurt for so much of it.
Yep.
I hope we don't get into that kind of conversation about Hairston. Just, hey, yeah, he's banged up and he's got an LCL sprain, but the timeline is just like, a little blip, little speed bump, no big deal, hopefully.
Certainly good news. Feels like expecting him to play week 1, not even because he's not healthy, but because of everything you just said. Doesn't it kind of feel like a long shot right now that not again that he would be, maybe he would even be active for the game and would be practicing weeks before the game begins. But what are the odds now that they line up against Baltimore week 1 Sunday Night Football, and he's even rotating in on the defense. Like, he's there maybe as a strict backup, and that is it for the start of the year. And maybe that honestly could be the first month of the season. I mean, Cole Bishop last year doesn't get in until there's an injury. So, resetting expectations with Hairston a little bit, I think you kind of have to, because I just don't think it's really fair to expect or likely to expect that, especially that Baltimore game, that he's going to make any sort of impact.
Yeah. If you go 6 weeks from today, we are into the season.
Okay.
So what's the timeline? He could be ready for the opener. That's about 5.5 weeks away.
Ian Rappaport had 3 weeks, right, on his tweet yesterday, 3 to 4 weeks.
So the timeline is he'll be healthy. The LCL sprain could be good by the time we get to the end of the preseason. The thing I was about to ask is, do you feel like we're going to know anything about their defense 6 weeks in? Because if you think those offenses are not very good, and going in you kind of don't, I might think there's some biters in there. There's some teeth to some of those offenses, and I've got 3 guys missing slash working their way back. We'll see. I mean, who knows?
Right, like evaluating what they are for January, which is the question about the defense. Nobody questions that they could be one of the top defenses in football during the regular season. They do that almost every year. They didn't do it last year, but they do it almost every single year. The question is, what does that defense do when they go and play the Chiefs, when they go and play the Bengals in the postseason? And for that, I don't think we're going to have some semblance of like what Milano looks like, right?
Yeah.
And hey, how far along are T.J. Sanders, and is Deion Walker anything, or is he a healthy scratch? Is Dwayne Carter, same question, is he contributing at all, or is he a healthy scratch? Like, what does Cole Bishop look like? Cole Bishop might be the best guy to let's find out about in the first 6 weeks. There are things to learn, but the totality of the defense, no. Honestly, throw Bosa into that. I mean, Bobby Babbitt early in the week told us, there's a plan for Bosa, and we knew that beforehand anyway. So how much are they playing Bosa? Him getting ramped up as the season goes on, Ogunjobi coming back, Hoyt coming back, Hairston maybe being a few weeks before he gets in there. I think we could definitely be sitting here after 6 games and saying, all right, they look pretty good, but I've got these 4 pieces that I all expect to be contributing for me either more or at all when I get to playoff time that haven't been on the field. And that would be the 3 guys we mentioned. And then I would throw Bosa, if they are managing his reps, being a part of that too. If he's playing 40% of the snaps all year, I'm going to have in the back of my mind, they might throw him up to 70, 80% when we get to January. And that could look a little bit different.
Bills back at practice today after having yesterday off. Good news on the injury front for the Buffalo Bills. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reported yesterday that Bills rookie cornerback Maxwell Hairston did not tear his ACL after suffering a non-contact injury on Tuesday. He's considered week to week with a sprained knee. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car & Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors & Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. NFL action is back tonight in Canton, Ohio, as the LA Chargers and Detroit Lions square off for the Hall of Fame game. Quarterback Trey Lance is confirmed as the starter for the Chargers, and Kyle Allen is the likely starter for the Lions. Kickoff is tonight at 8 o'clock. NFL insider Jordan Schultz reported yesterday that edge rusher Trey Hendrickson has reported to Bengals training camp. Hendrickson will be part of team meetings, however, will not take part in team practices. While being in attendance, Hendrickson also avoids racking up more fines from the NFL. And Jay Glazer of NFL on Fox reported yesterday afternoon that the Seattle Seahawks are extending general manager John Schneider after agreeing to a new 4-year contract. Snyder was first hired by the Seahawks as GM back in 2010. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I want guys to have fun playing in the preseason, have at it. Winning is the important thing. My memories of preseason, some of my most favorite memories are from the preseason because you played good. Team won. You made a name for yourself. I mean, there's the opportunity it's like somebody's handing you this opportunity. Hope for all guys that they come out of this game like Tony Jefferson came out of the Cowboys game last year. Trayvon Morris-Brash, his play, him scoring a touchdown, just the juice that football gives you, It's...
All right, now I got to go down the rabbit hole and look up Jim Harbaugh's preseason stats. Some of my favorite memories are preseason games because you played well and you won. I got to see. He is 11-8 as a head coach on preseason action.
11-8.
11-8.
Do we still have the Ravens preseason streak going, or did that die off a couple years ago?
I believe that ended. I believe that ended. Right?
Yeah. I mean, preseason. I will give you $100 if you can remember who led the Hall of Fame game in passing last year.
Give me the two teams.
Texans and Bears.
The leader in Hall of Fame game passing last year.
If you can give me two of the 6 quarterbacks that threw passes in that game, I'll be impressed.
Okay.
Three are possible. Actually, even you could say 5 are possible.
Is there a Davis Mills appearance?
Davis Mills was second in that game in passing.
I feel good about that
he
one.
Threw
That's
102 yards.
Texans played the who? The Bears.
The Bears.
Okay. Is there what's his name? Oh, come on, hold on.
It doesn't rhyme with Pathan Niederman, I'll tell you that.
I know who it is. It's the guy that Chris Collinsworth said Patrick Mahomes could learn a little something from Tyson Bagent.
Tyson Bagent was 2 for 3 for 16 yards.
Let's go. Football's back.
He threw 3 passes.
I got Tyson Bagent.
Yep. Then
right?
That's good.
Maybe he said Caleb Williams could learn a little something from Tyson Bagent.
But there was he said 2 things. I think there was that, and somewhere there is a Mahomes comparison with Bagent.
I mean,
they're shared in the same point somewhere along the way by Collinsworth.
Amazing. All right, who's on the broadcast tonight? It's not Collinsworth, is it? Is this an NBC?
I think it's NBC. Every year it's NBC.
Let's get another Tyson Bagent moment.
I'll double check that.
Okay.
Check Hall of Fame game. How to watch Hall of Fame game. It's going to be on.
You said $100
Pluto TV. Or
have I got the leading passer yet?
No.
Okay. The leading passer in that game is A.J. McCarron. No, he's at the St. Louis Battlehawks.
No, you got some perennial backups in here, though.
Okay, how about...
these are backup quarterbacks. Well-known.
Alex Tanney.
No. If you know your backup quarterbacks, these guys are... They're always... I guarantee you, these are 2 guys that I have no idea what teams they're on right now, but I guarantee you they're backup somewhere.
Chase Daniel.
No, but you're in the. This is Chase Daniel. This is the Chase Daniel club.
The Chase Daniel tier of quarterback.
This is the Chase Daniel club right
here. Who's the not Jonathan Jones, but that guy, the guy that's.
I don't know who you mean.
The guy that plays for everybody. He played for.
This guy. Well, both these guys have played for everybody, but this guy, one in particular, has played for everybody. And he's really bad.
All right, I give up. Wait, he's really bad. He played for everybody.
How about here's a hint? One of these guys. It's unbelievable. He's in the National Football League.
That's the Tim guy.
Yeah,
Tim Boyle.
Tim Boyle was in that game. Not the leading passer, but you have a former Bills backup that threw passes in that game last year.
Matt Castle.
Nope. Houston and Chicago.
Bills backup.
Yep.
Oh, hold on.
I think he only spent 1 year as the Bills backup.
Listen, Case Keenum. Thank you.
Case Keenum.
Yep, thank you.
And then finally, the guy who led the league in passing.
I think led the game.
Led the game passing. Thank you. In the Chase Daniel club of backup quarterbacks is Brett Rippon. That's a backup.
That's
right
a
there.
backup.
That is a guy. I don't know where he is. Guarantee you he's in the league right now, somewhere, and he'll be in this preseason lighting it up for the Vikings.
I just have to know.
That's what you're going to get tonight.
Jim Harbaugh's preseason stats. I have to know.
I don't know how far back you can go on
not
those.
his coaching stats, his preseason stats. Some of my best memories are from the preseason. He did play in a time where players played.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Like, what if Josh Allen said, "Oh, some of my best memories are in the preseason"? Like, you mean when other players were playing, right? I mean, one thing about practice. So here's a quick note about practice today. It rained a lot here, it appears. It rained on the whole drive in. It's wet. It's enough rain where we're in a covered pavilion, and the rain has come down and kind of seeped in close to where we are. So a covered space is wet. And I wonder about the field out here, like how well the conditions are going to hold up, what the Bills will do on a rainy field the day before they know tomorrow they're going to get a good workout in front of the fans at Highmark Stadium, right?
Right.
Highmark, turf, conditions will be fine. So I'm thinking back to the preseason joint practice and game with the Steelers, where Josh played in the joint practice and it rained, so he didn't play in the game. And they'd said, well, he had a good practice against the opposing team, so they kind of pulled him out of that game, and that was the end of it. He played very sparingly in the preseason. I don't know, Joe, and maybe this is a question for Sal, or maybe something we just observed today, if the Bills have a contingency for wet field plan when at St. John Fisher. Because I don't know if they're going to come out on the turf. I would say that's unlikely.
I would think so, too.
They haven't been on this turf since
Rex.
Rex.
Have they ever been on it with McDermott?
Special teams, and that's about it, right?
Yeah.
And Jugs machine, and that's about it.
And even when you say special teams, like the kickers, like they're not doing kickoff out here, or punt return or anything. I don't know. I feel like they probably would postpone practice or move it to another day if they can. Or maybe they would just cancel it.
When there's thunder and lightning, they'll go inside this field house right here, or not field house, but gymnasium that's behind us, right behind the stadium here.
They'll go indoors.
They've gone in there and done walkthroughs in there when it's really pretty rough from a weather standpoint. So we'll see. Chargers and Lions tonight, the Hall of Fame game. And the 2025 Hall of Fame class, it's Eric
small,
Allen,
right?
Yeah, it's also not exactly, if I may, it's not exactly murderer's row, of like the best classes ever. You know,
right?
Like,
Sterling Sharp,
who was great and is long time coming.
Yep.
Antonio Gates, great tight end. Eric Allen and Jared Allen, and I just don't think of it. Whatever. Eric Allen's a great former defensive back, played with the Eagles, played with the Raiders. The 2024 Hall of Fame class of the NFL was Dwight Freeney, Devin Hester, Andre Johnson, Julius Peppers, Patrick Willis. Like, that's a little better. I don't know. Is it worth splitting hairs like this? Maybe not. In 2023, it was Rondé Barber, Revis, Joe Thomas, Zach Thomas.
Yeah. All right. I think that's better than this year.
Yeah.
That's better than this year.
I'm going back each year to find the last really incredible Hall of Fame class.
Well, really, I mean, what makes a Hall of Fame class truly incredible, it is when you have one of the all-time great quarterbacks.
That's probably right. And that's where 2021 is Peyton Manning,
there you go.
Calvin Johnson,
there you go.
John Lynch, Charles Woodson.
That's a class.
Leading the way.
That's a class right there.
Yeah,
you have one of the best at his position ever in Calvin Johnson. You have one of the best quarterbacks ever in that class. Like, that's really what you're looking for. And, like, that's what year is that?
2021.
So that's a nice gap there. Next year, Drew Brees is eligible. So that'll be seen as a bigger class, I think, just strictly because you're going to have a quarterback.
Not just Drew
Brees.
Brees.
That's me assuming he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, which I think I would assume that.
I believe it's Brees, Rivers, Larry Fitzgerald, Jason Witten.
Yeah, that's strong.
And The player that people
Eli's eligible again.
You want to know who people are going to fight about? Yeah, if they go Breeze and Eli next year, then go ahead and put the Saints and the Giants in the Hall of Fame game right now.
Yeah.
You know who the fight's going to be next year about?
Who?
Eli, among others. Next year, the fight's about Frank Gore.
Oh,
who's ready for the Frank Gore fight?
I've been waiting for the Frank Gore fight. Let's go. Oh man, that is peak versus longevity to a T.
His peak.
Can't wait for that one.
His peak. He was probably never one of the 5 best backs in the league. His peak was good. He was good.
He was very good. Very good running back.
3. He had 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons, had an 853 in 11 games, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Man, in the span of from 2006 to 2015, Frank Gore had 1,000 yards every season except for 2. Okay. And one of those he played 11 games. The other he got to 967. Like, if he had just dropped 11 straight 1,000-yard seasons, there would be no keeping him out. And I wonder if those 2 tiny blips will. He rushed for 16,000 yards on the nose.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's like when you're pumping gas and you're trying to get it right to the exact cent. You're like, yes, let's go.
Yeah.
Did Gore get to 16,000 and tell the Jets, like, hey, don't put me
That's
in
it.
again.
I like that number.
I don't want 16,008. I want 16,000 on the dot.
Might be an interesting fight next year on Frank Gore. You'd make the case against.
You know what's funny though? He had 99 touchdowns in his career. One more for the even total there.
But they're on the 1 yard line. They asked him, "You want the round number on touchdowns or the round number on yards?" I'll take the yards.
I mean, I'm ready for that one. I don't know if I'll have energy left because I'll be fighting with people about Eli again. But especially, man, the Eli fight gets more. It gets more. There'll be more of it next year because of 2 things. One, the debate is no longer about first ballot Hall of Famer, right? Now it's just, are you a Hall of Famer? Get rid of the first ballot part of it. And the other part of it is Rivers exists. Rivers being eligible makes Eli in that conversation even more interesting because now you have not just, well, does he get in because of the rings and basically only the rings because the rest of his career is really average. Well, now let me place this guy next to him who was definitively better than him the whole time they played football, but he never won. And now I put those 2 next to each other, and that's when I'm excited for next year now. Excited for the Hall of Fame takes next offseason. This year, right, there was Jared Allen. Like, I didn't have really an opinion of whether Jared Allen should have been a Hall of Famer or not, personally.
Rivers twice led the league in interceptions thrown.
All right. How many times did Eli do that?
It's a good question. Probably more. 803-0550, our number. Happy Hall of Fame game night tonight. The game is on NBC, so that's Collinsworth and Tirico, right?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Very good. I saw CBS announced all their announcing teams are back.
3 times for Eli, by the way.
3 times.
For NBC?
Yeah, no, CBS.
For CBS.
CBS yesterday posted their announcing teams and who's all back. It's, of course, Nance and Romo. And there in the court, of course, in the corner, down the bottom left is your friend and mine, number 1 in our hearts, Gene Steratore. He's back for another season.
Okay.
Will we get a rules analyst?
How many years
tonight?
of Gene is this?
How many years has it been normalized to get a rules analyst endlessly talking during a broadcast?
How about Gene specifically? Has he been on TV for 5 years now?
How many years has it been that you see more Gene Steratore on the television than Patrick Mahomes? It's been like 8 years. It's been a long time.
Yeah. John Perry might have been the first one who now works for the Bills, honestly.
803-0550, 1-888-552-550.
Are we at a point in the calendar where if there was any chance that Tom Brady was one and done in the booth that we would already have learned about it?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Like CBS came out with theirs. Fox, I haven't seen them do that. And there's been that speculation, like, how long does Brady really want to do this? How well? I saw Greg Olson making comments about, he did a podcast recently about Brady kind of taking his seat when he had earned that seat. And maybe there's a little bit of tension there still. Not to say that's what would drive Brady out, but there's been speculation about him not doing this for the long haul. But if he was going to stop doing it, by July 31st, don't you think we would probably already have had a hint that he wasn't going to do it this season?
It's a good question.
I don't know.
Training camp coverage is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. Buy outlet liquor when you need to stock up. It's the place to buy a case. What's Your Outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Practice at 9:45. The forecast here at Fisher calling for rain for a little bit. We'll see how long that lasts. If we get a rainy practice, it kind of looks like it might rain the whole day while we're here. And while practice might go. So we'll see if the Bills have any sort of plans to change that. If that's the case, we'll let you know. Like, it's the kind of thing where, whatever, just flat out speculating. The field's wet. It's going to rain. They've decided they're not going to be outside. They would tell the fans and say, like, sorry, we've been rained out of the portion that fans would watch. I feel like that has happened before. Mm-hmm. And looking at the radar, let's just say if I was planning on golfing today, I would not think we're golfing here in Rochester. Like, here, you want to see here?
No,
I'll show the chat. Like, that's a lot of rain.
Yeah.
It looks like a lot of rain going to roll through pretty much all of practice. And yeah.
So if you're coming out, bring umbrellas.
Look at that.
And rain jackets and maybe ponchos.
Look at this relationship we have with our listeners in the chat. I'm just showing them my phone, showing them the radar. That's what we can do.
On the weather.
The latest technology. We'll get a break in 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. When we return, a review of yesterday's press conference. Incredible. The greatest mining of memes in the history of the Buffalo Sabres. Yesterday, we were all gifted something we could never have dreamed in a million years. That's next, coming up. The thing I was about to ask is, do you feel like we're going to know anything about their defense 6 weeks in? Because if you think those offenses are not very good, and going in you kind of don't, I might think there's some biters in there. There's some teeth to some of those offenses, and I've got 3 guys missing slash working their way back. We'll see. I mean, who knows?
Right, like evaluating what they are for January, which is the question about the defense. Nobody questions that they can be one of the top defenses in football during the regular season. They do that almost every year. They didn't do it last year, but they do it almost every single year. The question is, what does that defense do when they go and play the Chiefs, when they go and play the Bengals in the postseason? And for that, I don't think we're going to have some semblance of like what Milano looks like, right?
Yeah.
And hey, how far along are TJ Sanders, and is Deion Walker anything, or is he a healthy scratch? Is Dwayne Carter, same question, is he contributing at all, or is he a healthy scratch? Like, what does Cole Bishop look like? Cole Bishop might be the best guy to let's find out about in the first 6 weeks. There are things to learn, but the totality of the defense, no. Honestly, you throw Bosa into that. I mean, Bobby Babbitt earlier in the week told us there's a plan for Bosa, and we knew that beforehand anyway. So how much are they playing Bosa? Him getting ramped up as the season goes on, Ogunjobi coming back, Hoyt coming back, Hairston maybe being a few weeks before he gets in there. I think we could definitely be sitting here after 6 games and saying, all right, they look pretty good, but I've got these 4 pieces that I all expect to be contributing for me either more or at all when I get to playoff time that haven't been on the field. And that would be the 3 guys we mentioned. And then I would throw Bosa, if they are managing his reps, being a part of that too. If he's playing 40% of the snaps all year, I'm going to have in the back of my mind, they might throw him up to 70, 80% when we get to January. And that could look a little bit different.
Another day of training camp. And yesterday we got good news. Of course, the big news out of the way early. Maxwell Hairston, not a long-term injury, not a season ender, not a month. So it looks like it'll be weeks. Could be ready to go about the start of the regular season, which, now we get into the conversation about, can he get mental reps, right? Will he be in these meetings and have an opportunity to kind of get up to speed even though he can't be on the field? This is something that for rookies we've seen be a problem with Cole Bishop. kind of led to a conversation that his whole season wasn't where it needed to be because he was hurt for so much of it.
Yep.
I hope we don't get into that kind of conversation about Hairston. Just, hey, yeah, he's banged up and he's got an LCL sprain, but the timeline is just like, a little blip, little speed bump, no big deal, hopefully.
Certainly good news. Feels like expecting him to play week 1, not even because he's not healthy, but because of everything you just said. Doesn't it kind of feel like a long shot right now that not again that he would be, maybe he would even be active for the game and would be practicing weeks before the game begins. But what are the odds now that they line up against Baltimore week 1 Sunday Night Football and he's even rotating in on the defense? Like, he's there maybe as a strict backup, and that is it for the start of the year. And maybe that honestly could be the first month of the season. I mean, Cole Bishop last year doesn't get in until there's an injury. So, resetting expectations with Hairston a little bit, I think you kind of have to, because I just don't think it's really fair to expect or likely to expect that, especially that Baltimore game, that he's going to make any sort of impact.
Yeah. If you go 6 weeks from today, we are into the season.
Okay.
So what's the timeline? He could be ready for the opener. That's about 5.5 weeks away.
Ian Rappaport had 3 weeks, right, on his tweet yesterday, 3 to 4 weeks.
So the timeline is he'll be healthy. The LCL sprain could be good by the time we get to the end of the preseason. All right, so yesterday, the Sabres and KeyBank announced a 10-year naming rights agreement extension. And in what will be unintentionally, I think, or intentionally. Like, the thing about memes is they can be good or they can be bad. But the video of Terry Pagula and the KeyBank CEO opening the doors to reveal naming rights extension 2036, the number of things I've already seen photoshopped, whatever, into the
video shop.
Right, sure, whatever.
Because
they opened the door. The first one I saw was they opened the doors, and it was a picture of Billy Leno in his shirt that said jail.
Yes.
The next one I saw was opening the doors and a picture of palm trees.
Palm trees. That was my favorite.
The opening of the doors to reveal things will live forever.
Yes.
It is also
credit to the Crossing Swords podcast. I saw do a lot of good work on that.
It's going to be incredible to see what we find in there.
Oh, that's going to live forever.
Ugh.
In 10 years, someone will make a meme with those doors opening.
Yeah.
You weren't watching it live, I assume, or were you? I threw it on live. I'm like, okay, they're opening doors. They're putting this big red key in for something. We already know that the naming rights extension has happened, not even through like a report.
Yeah.
The Sabres told us.
Yeah, they
tweeted it out hours before this press conference that, hey, the naming rights have been extended. So I'm watching and thinking, well, what are these doors? Oh, this key opening. So this has
something
to be something else. This is either the lease or this is some event that they're having, or I don't know what. Yeah. And then they opened the doors to reveal something that they told us 2 hours ago, and yet became a meme in the process. And yet I'm happy that they did that, because I think Sabre fans can have some fun with that. There were some other memeable things that happened in that press conference, but
yes, indeed.
Yeah.
8030550.
Who was that for?
KeyBank.
It was for KeyBank?
Yes.
All right. That's probably right.
And the KeyBank Center. Next order of business.
It wasn't for the fans.
I've been saying this about the arena forever. I mean, they could, we'll maybe talk to Pete Gwelly soon, Bills and Sabres COO, about the idea of like when a renovation's coming, a new floor.
Did you see his comments about the seats yesterday? Like an admission right there. Like I like this. Like telling everyone like we know our seats are the worst in the league.
Okay.
And that has to be replaced, and that's going to be like top of the list when we get to whatever the long-term plan is. Once we have that long-term plan, like seats being replaced is going to be right at the top of the list because they've never been replaced.
Yeah.
And also there were some details that he talked about yesterday. Like the season ticket base right now is 9,000. They'd like that to be at 12,000.
9,000.
9,000 right now. They want it to be at 12. But
at one point, it was capped at 16 with a waiting list.
Right.
Maybe more than 16 at one point.
And right now it's at 9.
9. Also, Showman Bulldog just kind of casually discussed the idea of the Sabres moving. Did you catch that yesterday?
Yes.
It's like a casual.
Yes.
Yeah, hey, the naming rights extended. At least they're not going to move. Well, I don't think it means they can't. And I thought, I wonder how many people have a casual conversation about that. I don't know. On a scale of 0 to 100, how much you should think about that. It might be less than 10.
I was going to say, I think about it more than I have a conversation about it.
Sure.
I can't remember ever having like a real conversation about it, but it's definitely something that I've just like casually thought about in the back of my mind. It's like, could they?
803-0550. All right, that's our phone number.
I think it's probably no, by the way.
Probably no. Yeah, right. I mean, whatever. But it's just, you want to just throw it out there. They threw it out there, and I thought, like, that's a thing. Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher. Sal at 8, and Rainey Fisher today. We'll keep you updated on the practice plan. Sal at 8, special teams coordinator Chris Tabor at 9:15. Steve Tasker, 9:30 here from St. John Fisher. Jeremy White here to tell you about Wayland Brewing live music. Another day of training camp, and yesterday we got good news. Of course, the big news out of the way early. Maxwell Hairston, not a long-term injury, not a season ender, not a month. So it looks like it'll be weeks. Could be ready to go about the start of the regular season, which, now we get into the conversation about can he get mental reps, right? Will he be in these meetings and have an opportunity to kind of get up to speed even though he can't be on the field? This is something that for rookies we've seen be a problem. With Cole Bishop, kind of led to a conversation that his whole season wasn't where it needed to be because he was hurt for so much of it.
Yep.
I hope we don't get into that kind of conversation about Hairston. Just, hey, yeah, he's banged up and he's got an LCL sprain, but the timeline is just like, a little blip, little speed bump, no big deal, hopefully.
Certainly good news. Feels like expecting him to play week 1, not even because he's not healthy, but because of everything you just said. Doesn't it kind of feel like a long shot right now that not again that he would be, maybe he would even be active for the game and would be practicing weeks before the game begins. But what are the odds now that they line up against Baltimore week 1 Sunday Night Football and he's even rotating in on the defense? Like he's there maybe as a strict backup, and that is it for the start of the year. And maybe that honestly could be the first month of the season. I mean, Cole Bishop last year doesn't get in until there's an injury. So, resetting expectations with Hairston a little bit, I think you kind of have to because I just don't think it's really fair to expect or likely to expect that, especially that Baltimore game, that he's going to make any sort of impact.
Yeah. If you go 6 weeks from today, we are into the season.
Okay.
So what's the timeline? he could be ready for the opener. That's about 5.5 weeks away.
Ian Rappaport had 3 weeks, right,
Okay.
on his tweet yesterday, 3 to 4 weeks.
So the timeline is he'll be healthy. The LCL sprain could be good by the time we get to the end of the preseason. We'll talk again with the Bills special teams coordinator coming up at 9:15 and Steve Tasker at 9:30. So a little bit of a special teams tinge to today. I was just looking this up. What percentage of football fans, NFL fans, could perfectly explain to you how the kickoff currently works?
Let me first ask, did they change anything from last year?
I will not answer that question because
That's giving me the answer.
That's part of it. They changed a lot last year, and then they had tweaks this year, and that you don't know if they did, I think is an indication that less than 10% of football fans could nail how the kickoff currently works.
Because I know what they did last year, but what they've changed from last year to this year, I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, well, tonight's a Hall of Fame game.
I have no idea.
You might get an explainer. This is actually one spot where having a rules analyst on the broadcast is worth it.
Yeah.
All right.
The Hall of Fame game.
Yeah. Or Hall of Fame game and just explaining kickoffs. Like, all right, hey, everybody, I know you watch kickoffs for 30 years, and they changed it last year, and they changed a little bit of the change. So currently, and you watch this tonight at the Hall of Fame game, the touchback on kickoffs, touchbacks.
Yeah.
On kickoffs, not touchbacks on punts. Touchbacks aren't the same as touchbacks all the time anymore. That's one thing, of course, we've changed.
Okay.
Touchbacks on kickoffs come out to the 35. So if you're a kickoff into the end zone touchback is the 35-yard line. Last year, that was the 30. And the return rate was not high enough. They did not like how high it was. Many coaches were comfortable kicking touchbacks in 2024. The league produced a return rate of 32%.
Okay.
Denver Broncos special teams coach Darren Rizzi, one of the primary architects of the new revamp to the 35, says the return rate should jump to between 70 and 75%.
Good morning. The Bills are back out on the practice field today after having an off day yesterday. Good news on the injury front for the Bills. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reported yesterday afternoon that Bills rookie cornerback Maxwell Hairston did not tear his ACL after suffering a non-contact injury on Tuesday. He is considered week to week with a knee sprain. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher is brought to you by Fiegler Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. NFL action is back tonight in Canton, Ohio, as the LA Chargers and Detroit Lions square off for the Hall of Fame game. Quarterback Trey Lance is confirmed as the starter for the Chargers, and Kyle Allen is likely the starter for the Lions. Kickoff is at 8 o'clock. NFL insider Jordan Schultz reported yesterday that edge rusher Trey Hendrickson has reported to Bengals training camp. Hendrickson will be part of team meetings, however, will not take part in team practices. While in attendance, he also avoids racking up more fines from the NFL. He joins a list of big names holding in at training camp, like Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin and Cowboys defensive end Micah Parsons. Kansas City Chiefs head coach Andy Reid said yesterday that Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy has entered the league's concussion protocol, although Reid does not expect Worthy to be out long term. And Jay Glazer of NFL on Fox reported yesterday afternoon that Seattle Seahawks are extending general manager John Schneider after agreeing to a new 4-year contract. Schneider was first hired by the Seahawks back as GM back in 2010, helping the team get to back-to-back Super Bowls in 2013 and 2014, and winning the Super Bowl in 2013. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I'm here to help. I'm here to do whatever they need me to do. Obviously, I want to be a dominant player, and if I can go out there and have a year like I've had in the past, that'd be great, because that means I'm helping the team and everybody else around me will be better for it as well. I'm going to try to be the player that I've always been. I think if I stay healthy, I think I can really be dominant still, you know. I'm still only just 30. I'm not washed just yet. I'm getting there, but I got a little bit longer.
They don't call you Onk in the locker room
no,
yet?
I'm Onk. I'm OG.
Joey Bosa chatting yesterday. Bills back at St. John Fisher. We got a rain falling. Yeah, actively raining here from St. John Fisher. And, not a heavy rain, but a rain.
Yeah.
You would golf in it, but you would golf in this.
Yeah.
You would golf.
I mean, when we walked over here, I left my phone in the car. And
you just walk back?
I just walked back because the parking lot it's like 2 minutes. It's like a 2-minute walk back and forth. It's like 4 minutes walking in the rain. And I just did that, and I feel pretty damp. And just took my shoes off because I didn't wear shoes that are great for the rain, so they're a little wet. So I'm letting them dry for a second.
We got a shoes off situation over here.
I'm wearing socks. It's fine.
That's fine. We're outside.
I'm wearing socks. Showered 2 hours ago. Yeah, we're good. 3 hours ago.
Jeremy and Joe live from St. John Fisher, and coverage brought to you by Fiegel Car and Choice, your border attorneys by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's Your Outlet by Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Rain in the forecast here at Fisher for the next hour or so. It is expected to lighten up a little bit, but the old precipitation map and how likely it is throughout the morning, it looks like it's going to be light all through practice. So as long as the field can handle it, I'm sure the Bills wouldn't mind getting a practice in with a wet ball, see how things go. There are going to be days like this at the stadium where it rains, of
wet
course.
Ball better than wet field, right? Because you're not going to want some
guys falling.
Field malfunction or guys falling or whatever, and then an injury happens, and then you're just, you're hating the fact that you practiced probably in the first place.
Yep.
They usually tend to keep things conservative, right, with injuries, and when they practice, they'll cancel a day of mini camp, they'll cancel a training camp practice here and a practice there. They'll work indoors in the gym. So I'd feel like, wouldn't be worried at all. Wouldn't think it's a big deal if they just decided to call it. The one reason they might not want to do that is because of the fans, right?
Yeah. Right.
Like people that are planning to make the trek up here, and if it's like this is fine for fans.
You're going to want a poncho.
You're going to want a poncho or an umbrella.
You're going to want coverage.
Poncho over umbrella, because umbrella could block people's views.
You might not even be allowed to bring an umbrella.
Honestly, that's right.
I don't know about that. Yeah, you're going to want rain gear if you're here today. If you just showed up and got rained on, you'd be miserable. It would be enough of a nuisance rain to sit in bleachers for it, and
you'd be soaked.
You'd be soaked,
for sure.
So if there's any sort of movement on practice, we'll let you know. Someone in the chat asks if I ever considered being a weather guy. Fun fact about that.
Did you?
Not really that fun fact. Well, So when I was at Syracuse, there's a class that you do. You're on television. Everybody puts on a show, a full news show that is 2 anchors, a weather person, a sports person. You're doing the news. So when we did the weather, we did this thing where, I don't know how many people thought they would ever have a career being in weather. Some did, some didn't. I was not one that did. So I took it somewhat seriously, but also not seriously. Anyway, you go up there in front of the green screen, and you're like, oh, and here we've got this and this and this. And, you're a college student, not a meteorologist. You're kind of saying, like, here are the highs in this area. And I did well enough that the professor said, like, you ever thought about doing weather?
Yeah.
No.
You never thought about it? No. Meteorologist, storm chaser?
Storm chaser, please.
Storm chaser?
Yeah.
There was a time in my life when I was a kid and very into the movie Twister that I would have wanted to be a storm chaser. That probably was very short-lived, I imagine. Me and my brother wanted to do that. Seems dangerous.
Did you see the second one? How was it?
I did. I liked the second one a lot.
Maybe I'll put it on the list.
It's not going to win an Oscar. Although I said that about Happy Gilmore 2 the other day. What's happened to my movie taste? Like, hey, this movie's actually not great, but I enjoyed it. That's how I felt about a couple of these recently.
Yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Hall of Fame game tonight. NFL.com has a countdown, 12 hours, 47 minutes.
A countdown to the Hall of Fame game?
Yeah, that's right.
How much should we trust the Chargers this year?
I think we should.
I think we're different because I think you have more faith in Harbaugh than I do.
Yes, he wins everywhere he goes, period. He wins.
Right.
How many
but
other
the Chargers always are capped by just some mystical force that stops them from ever. They're always good, but they are never like seriously good.
Yeah, okay. I mean, like we used to say that about a lot of teams. How many teams have had that at some point? The Jets, of course, have that. The Jets are going to Jets,
and they still have that.
The Bills you might have thought the Bills had that at some point. They don't. The Lions, you would have thought had that,
but see,
they don't.
All of these teams were horrendous, and then eventually got great. The Chargers are never like they weren't the Lions or the Bills. Like they have always been competitive.
You know what they are? They're the Steelers without the lunch pail. Right? They're just the glam Steelers in the way they're viewed.
Sure.
Who is a better example of he wins everywhere he goes than Harbaugh? I'll take names. 803-0550.
Harbaugh wins. I mean, he's got one trophy.
He wins everywhere.
That he cheated for.
He wins everywhere. He won at Stanford. Yeah. He won in San Francisco.
Right. He wins games.
He won in Michigan. He wins games. Like, if you're asking me if they're going to be good, competitive,
but like,
yes, I think they will be good and competitive. They have a quarterback that had a great year last year and a bad playoff game, and that happens. But I'm talking myself into I guess here's the thing. Should Bills fans want the Chargers to be good? Actually good? Isn't that answer yes because of the Chiefs?
I think so.
We maybe
but our Bills fans don't strike me as being fearful at all of them figuring it out and the 4 amazing elite quarterbacks that are in my hair every year in the AFC just became 5.
That's right.
We've been waiting for.
That's a good question. What's better? The Chargers become actually good and take a piece out of the Chiefs every year for the next 5 years, but also are actually good.
And you have to deal with them.
But
the Chiefs have to deal with them more.
Right, that's right. Or is a status quo better because no, let's have them be, in their own way, not take a piece out of the Chiefs, and we'll just finish the job as the Bills. What's the better path there?
I think probably it feels like them taking a piece out of the Chiefs is better, but I don't know that I want to just welcome Justin Herbert to the club. I don't know that because he is gifted, and if he matures a little bit more as a player and the team around him actually does a good job building, I mean, They've kind of done a poor job of that. They had the Saints coordinator for a while there that loved to check the ball down, screens, short stuff, didn't really want to use Herbert for his arm. And maybe now they're not all the way in the other direction, but I think they're trying to be building around him a little bit better. Ladd McConkey, I think, is a really nice piece to have there. I'm still skeptical about Greg Roman, but I feel like they're kind of on the right track offensively. I don't want to welcome him to the club, though. I would be – there's enough of these guys. There's 4 of them. And I think Herbert is as talented, honestly, as all of them, but there's just that one thing that seems to be missing. And honestly, it might be the team. Harbaugh made a comment the other day when asked about another step Herbert can take, and Harbaugh said, no, the team and me, we have to get on his level.
He did say that.
That's the problem. We got to get on Justin Herbert's level, not the other way around. We don't need him to carry us more. I mean, maybe some would snicker at that because Herbert threw 4 interceptions in the playoffs last year. But I kind of liked that comment from Harbaugh. That's an admission of this guy is as talented as it gets, and we're the reason that he isn't in the same class as Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson and then, of course, Allen and Mahomes.
Well, let me give you some numbers on Herbert because there's probably a point to be made here that the Chargers did with Herbert what the Bills did with Allen. And the rushing element is not equal. That's key.
Not at all.
Allen ran for 12 touchdowns last year, and Herbert ran for, I believe it's 2.
Yep, that sounds right.
Okay. So
and a couple hundred rushing yards.
He ran for he had 300 rushing yards. Allen had 531 on more attempts.
I bet that's closer also than it ever has been. Herbert did not run a lot before last year, right?
No, that's right. He ran the most he's run last year with 69 rushing attempts. It's the most he'd ever run. Allen's numbers coming down, of course, right? Allen's high in rushing. Allen in rushing attempts, his rookie year, he had 89 in 11 games.
Right.
Allen's had over 100 rushing attempts every year since.
Yep.
So, all right, understanding that the rushing is over here on the side, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. Of course, I would never say that. It's a big part of what Allen does. But I do want to point out their passing stats last year. And if you're someone that believes in what the Bills have done with Allen, managing games, supporting cast, run the football. Like you say about the Chargers all the time, they want to run the football. So do the Bills.
Yeah.
And the Bills have become that team. Because Herbert in – what year do I want to find here? Justin Herbert in –
for pass attempts?
2 years ago.
Yeah.
In 2021, Herbert threw for 5,000 yards and 38 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Do you know what he threw for last year?
I know he didn't throw the ball as much.
3,823 touchdowns.
Okay.
And
that sounds a lot like what Allen had.
Yes. In fact, if you side-by-side their numbers last year, passing.
Yeah.
Don't accuse me of saying the running doesn't matter. I'm not putting them on the level. I'm just talking about what the Chargers are attempting to build. To me, looks an awful lot like what the Bills are.
Yeah.
Allen last year on his stat line versus Herbert last year on his stat line. Josh Allen passing 37-31, 28-6.
Yep.
Right? 37-31 yards, 28-6. Touchdowns, interceptions. Herbert 38-70, 23-3. Like they were the same passer.
Yeah.
Ish. Yeah. You want to go completion percentage? I never care about that. Like they both protected the football at an unbelievable level until Herbert got to the playoffs and threw 4 picks against the Texans.
Right.
But they both were incredible at protecting the football, managing the game in a run-heavy offense, because that's what Harbaugh wants to be. So, and by the way, if you're paying attention to a lot of these NFL prognosticators, both the Bills and the Chargers are being pegged for like top 10 defenses. The Chargers pegged higher than the Bills.
Yeah.
So the Chargers might – it's almost like you want to look at them and say, who is the most stylistically about to be a little bit like the Bills? There's a case to be made the Chargers are that.
Yeah. They also, going through those Herbert numbers last year, and really you could even still say this about them this year, they are not, this is part of the support for Herbert that I would have. Herbert has all those numbers and is amazing protecting the football and is really efficient. And, it's a little different than the Bills, but they're not flush with weapons. They've got one guy. They've got one guy who is awesome. Ladd McConkey is awesome. Great. But behind him It's not much. Like Quentin Johnston, that has not worked yet in the league. They're going to try one more time at it.
And they added Trey Harris, too.
That's a rookie, and
So,
maybe that's good, but that's a second-round rookie, and he wasn't there last year.
That's
and
right.
then the rest of their offense is Will Dissly at tight end, Jalen Rager at wide receiver. Like, they get Brendan Rice. They pick him in, like, the 7th round at the end. We talked about him in the offseason. And that's kind of it. Like, it's the McConkey show there, and then it's running the football. So it's kind of like Allen for me for that. But the difference there would be Allen's got 5 guys that I would say are, good to pretty good, and Herbert has 1 guy that is awesome and then a bunch of question marks.
Right.
But either way, it's not Higgins and Chase, and Herbert is still able to have that season. But this is where I don't know how much blame he really does deserve for not being in the class of Josh Allen and Burrow and Mahomes and Jackson, because I do think he is that good in the regular season. I do think he is that talented, but 4 interceptions in the playoff game. Should I really make a big deal of that? It was Houston. Houston's a really good pass rush, right? They have a great corner in Derek Stingley, so it's not the easiest team in the world to go up against, but that's the game. That's the difference there. Josh Allen doesn't have that game.
No, he doesn't. That's right.
He in the playoffs especially, he does not have that 4 interception game in the postseason, and Justin Herbert did, and I think that's one area where you'd have to say, you can't call Justin Herbert the most talented quarterback in the league, because Allen's just as talented as him, and he doesn't have that football game that Herbert did.
What if I told you I found an all 22 saying why Herbert was not to blame for the 4 interceptions?
All 4 of them? I remember one of them definitely wasn't his fault. Like, it was right in a guy's hands, and it bounced in the air, but I don't remember the other 3.
I like the
I
question.
feel like I'd be surprised if all 4 of them weren't his fault.
I do like the question, though, about, by the way, I'm also like offensive line rankings. Herbert's got 2 really good tackles, too, Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt.
Alt, right.
So, again, if you want to talk, I just think it's an interesting point to say that they look like they are built to become, not to say Herbert will be Allen's equal, but if there's a place they could make it up, you decide what you like about McDermott versus Harbaugh. McDermott's won a lot here and deserves a lot of credit for that. He doesn't have the Harbaugh arc where he was in the NFL, he left the NFL, he won where he left, he came back, he continues to win. So is there a name? Like, Harbaugh's better than Saban for this. He's better than Jimmy Johnson for this. Maybe it's not that meaningful to say he's won on 4 different programs and teams and franchises in college, but that's the number one thing I would say about the Chargers is here's a head coach who's won a lot. He coached Andrew Luck. He had Kaepernick and Alex Smith as in a Super Bowl. So, I mean, he's as good a coach, I think, as maybe not as good as there is in the league, but I have a lot of respect for what he does, and we'll see. You ask me why I would believe in them and think they could win that division. That's it. It's their quarterback is definitely good enough to do that, and their coach is, I think, great. I think he's great, and he's weird.
He's weird.
He's weird.
He's great. He doesn't have a lot of hardware.
Okay.
He's won. That's kind of the Chargers too, isn't it? Like, maybe it's a little bit better.
Who does have a lot of hardware? Andy Reid and Bill Belichick. Who else has a lot of hardware?
McVay's won. He has a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Maybe part of it is I'm discounting that Harbaugh cheated when he won his national championship, but
whatever. So did Belichick.
That's true. That is true. He won a lot of those, though.
Allegedly, there's some stuff in there.
Yeah, I think Harbaugh is very good, but I don't know that I consider him so good that I am going to because again, the Chargers are going to win games. I don't doubt that they will, with Harbaugh as the coach, or really with anybody as the coach. With that quarterback, they're going to win 9, 10 games. Maybe they'll get 11. Maybe they'll get 12. But are they ever a team that anybody is taking seriously to win the Super Bowl? That's another level. And maybe that's just the Chiefs being in their way. Maybe that is part of the holes in their roster they had last year that makes it different from previous Chargers teams. But I'm not ready to assume that Harbaugh is going to, like, when we talk about the AFC next offseason, that it's not going to, right now it feels like it is Bills, Ravens, and Chiefs. And if I told you in a year one other team will join that fray, I wouldn't pick the Chargers for it. I would pick the Bengals earlier, and maybe I would even get to Houston earlier than I would. I've told you I think I would get to Denver first. Denver, I don't think the quarterback is as talented, but I think he's good.
Well, then the same question about Denver. What's better? I'm putting up at his Twitter poll. A, make the Chiefs' road consistently tougher, taking a bite out of them, but also becoming a true contender.
We do have a poll up on WGR 550 about that right now.
Oh, great.
And right now, 54% would say them never figuring it out. 45% say them becoming seriously great, taking a piece out of the Chiefs, but you have to deal with them too.
All right. That's a good question. If it's 54-46?
54-46.
And never figuring out is the choice,
yeah.
That's people saying, just give me another shot at the Chiefs. I don't want anybody else take. Honestly, you know what that is? That's back where we get to the conversation we had last year where everybody's second favorite team is the Chiefs.
We had that conversation right here.
We have not asked that question again.
No, we have not. Do you think the answer would be any different?
1 year later, would the same answer come out?
I think after the year they had, it was so annoying that I think you'd have more people that would come over to the side of, no, give me someone else. If it's not the Bills, somebody else, rather than, just give the Chiefs another one.
I will hypothesize that 62% saying never figuring it out.
For the Chargers.
At least half of them are saying that because they cannot stomach the idea of Herbert making a Super Bowl before Allen. At least half of those votes
it would be
are that.
It would be tough.
Mahomes makes it, it's I deal with that all the time.
Well,
anybody else makes it before Allen, and it's now I got to hear about it.
Well, because right now, doesn't everybody believe all of the top four guys will reach Super Bowls? Two already have. Mahomes and Burrow have already made it, right? And doesn't everybody in the world believe that Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson will make it to Super Bowls? Everybody believes that, right? Does everybody believe that about Justin Herbert? I don't think so. So if he were to do it, it would be everyone would have to revisit the hierarchy of the quarterback situation in the AFC, or would it just be we'd have this everlasting fight of how much do the playoffs matter? How much does how far you get matter? Because Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, statistically, you can look at they're the best two, but what if they're sitting there as the only two that haven't made it?
And Herbert,
which they kind of are right now.
Right. And Herbert makes one, and we're all like losing our minds.
Because I think Herbert's capable, but he would definitely be fifth for me on that list, and I don't even think it's disputable.
803-0550. Benjamin Solak is here today from ESPN, and I sent him a message saying, like, hey, if you're moseying around, here's where we are. And I think he's going to stop by, maybe in the 8 o'clock hour, so keep an eye open for Benjamin Solak. Sal as well, special teams coordinator Chris Tabor, and Steve Tasker, all still to come. And we've got Hall of Fame game fun when we return.
Yes.
Oh, who wants?
I've got a Hall of Fame game for you.
The Hall of Fame game.
The Hall of Fame game.
The Hall of Fame game. Involving the Bills?
Involving the Bills, who I've watched play in 2 Hall of Fame games.
You got to love it.
How long does Hall of Fame game go back? Like, they wouldn't have played one in the 90s, right? Were there Hall of Fame games in the 90s?
Yeah.
There were? This is a long-lasting tradition?
Yeah.
Not like a made-up thing from, 2001?
No.
I don't know.
How long has it gone back? The Hall of Fame game, first one was played in 1962.
All right, well, there you go.
That's
1962.
Prior,
so the Bills probably played in one or two, I would bet, before the 2 that I remember.
Yeah.
Which are 2009, I believe, and 2014.
803-0550. Jeremy Joe live from training camp here on WGR. Another day of training camp, and yesterday we got good news. Of course, the big news out of the way early. Maxwell Hairston, not a long-term injury, not a season ender, not a month. So it looks like it'll be weeks. Could be ready to go about the start of the regular season, which, now we get into the conversation about can he get mental reps, right? Will he be in these meetings and have an opportunity to kind of get up to speed even though he can't be on the field? This is something that for rookies we've seen be a problem. With Cole Bishop, kind of led to a conversation that his whole season wasn't where it needed to be because he was hurt for so much of it.
Yep.
I hope we don't get into that kind of conversation about Hairston. Just, hey, yeah, he's banged up and he's got an LCL sprain, but the timeline is just like, a little blip, little speed bump, no big deal, hopefully.
Certainly good news. Feels like expecting him to play week 1, not even because he's not healthy, but because of everything you just said. Doesn't it kind of feel like a long shot right now that not again that he would be, maybe he would even be active for the game and would be practicing weeks before the game begins. But what are the odds now that they line up against Baltimore week 1 Sunday Night Football and he's even rotating in on the defense? Like he's there maybe as a strict backup, and that is it for the start of the year. And maybe that honestly could be the first month of the season. I mean, Cole Bishop last year doesn't get in until there's an injury. So, resetting expectations with Hairston a little bit, I think you kind of have to, because I just don't think it's really fair to expect or likely to expect that, especially that Baltimore game, that he's going to make any sort of impact.
Yeah. If you go 6 weeks from today, we are into the season.
Okay.
So what's the timeline? He could be ready for the opener. That's about 5.5 weeks away.
Ian Rappaport had 3 weeks, right, on his tweet yesterday, 3 to 4 weeks.
So the timeline is he'll be healthy. The LCL sprain could be good by the time we get to the end of the preseason. We'll talk again with the Bills special teams coordinator coming up at 9:15 and Steve Tasker at 9:30. So a little bit of a special teams tinge to today. I was just looking this up. What percentage of football fans, NFL fans, could perfectly explain to you how the kickoff currently works?
Let me first ask, did they change anything from last year?
I will not answer that question because
that's giving me the answer.
That's part of it. They changed a lot last year, and then they had tweaks this year. And that you don't know if they did, I think is an indication that less than 10% of football fans could nail how the kickoff currently works.
Because I know what they did last year, but what they've changed from last year to this year, I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, well, tonight's a Hall of Fame game.
I have no idea.
You might get an explainer. This is actually one spot where having a rules analyst on the broadcast is worth it.
Yeah.
All right.
The Hall of Fame game.
Yeah. Or Hall of Fame game and just explaining kickoffs. Like, all right, hey, everybody, I know you watch kickoffs for 30 years, and they changed it last year, and they changed a little bit of the change. So currently, and you watch this tonight at the Hall of Fame game, the touchback on kickoffs, touchbacks on kickoffs, not touchbacks on punts. Touchbacks aren't the same as touchbacks all the time anymore. That's one thing, of course, we've changed.
Okay.
Touchbacks on kickoffs come out to the 35. So if you're a kickoff into the end zone touchback is the 35-yard line. Last year, that was the 30. And the return rate was not high enough. They did not like how high it was. Many coaches were comfortable kicking touchbacks in 2024. The league produced a return rate of 32%.
Okay.
Denver Broncos special teams coach Darren Rizzi, one of the primary architects of the new revamp to the 35, says the return rate should jump to between 70 and 75%.
Bills are back at practice today after having off day yesterday. Good news on the injury front for the Bills. Our own Sal Capaccio reported yesterday that Bills rookie cornerback Maxwell Hairston did not tear his ACL, but did sprain his LCL on Tuesday after a non-contact injury. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport also reported that Hairston's timeline to return to action is 3 weeks. You can read more on the injury on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. NFL action back tonight in Canton, Ohio, as the LA Chargers and Detroit Lions square off in the Hall of Fame game. Quarterback Trey Lance is confirmed as the starter for the Chargers, and Kyle Allen is the likely starter for the Lions. Kickoff tonight is at 8 o'clock. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Is this like the Hall of Fame game theme music?
They can't possibly have their own theme.
What is Josh? What is this?
This is Thursday Night Football from 8 years ago, apparently.
What network?
The NFL Network Thursday Night Football from 8 years ago, I guess.
All right. Well, hey, there's Thursday Night Football tonight, the Hall of Fame game. Before we get to Joe's Hall of Fame game,
Hall of Fame game.
because we got a Hall of Fame game.
By the way, tonight's game is on NBC and Peacock.
Okay.
8 o'clock.
Welcome to Where's the Game season.
Yeah.
Before we get to that, I want to read you a quote about the Steelers.
Okay.
Because I love the Steelers. I mean,
in a way of like, well, go ahead.
I need the Steelers to continue to exist the way that they currently do for the rest of my life. Mark Caboli has a Steelers report. He's a Steelers correspondent for the Pat McAfee Show. And also, he's been on the beat for the Steelers since 2002.
Okay.
All right. As part of his report, 10 observations from training camp.
Okay.
Quote, the Steelers hinted on the day they acquired Jonnu Smith that they were going to use him at fullback. Well, hold on. We're not done. I'm just getting started.
Arthur Smith's already cooking. He's got the Dolphins' leading receiver at fullback. Okay.
Well, they weren't lying. During a team period, the Steelers had a 4 tight end set, with Smith playing the role of the fullback. Hayward was at fullback for a couple of reps.
Casey Hayward?
I think it's Cam Hayward.
Cam Hayward.
He was at fullback for a couple of reps. So that sure seems like a wrinkle that Arthur Smith is looking at during camp. So the Steelers this year are, at least in training camp, rocking 4 tight end sets with a defensive tackle in the backfield.
How are they?
And that's just the most beautiful thing I've ever heard in my life. It's incredible.
How are they fitting 4 tight ends and a defensive tackle all at the same time?
I guess he's listed as a tight. Think of him like a tight end. Think of him like a tight end.
Okay. Okay. But even in these other instances, they have 4. They're basically running goal line offense.
Yeah. Yep, during a team period.
Arthur Smith football.
Freiermuth,
right there.
Jonnu Smith. Connor Hayward, sorry.
Hayward.
He isn't they're not going to use Cam Hayward. They're going to use Connor Hayward. All
Okay.
right. That's less cool.
But that's a tight end?
They also do have Darnell Washington. Don't forget him. He was like a monster tight end.
Yes.
So
huge guy. Georgia, right?
4 tight end set for the Steelers there at camp. You know what? It was way cooler when it was Cam Hayward. I thought it was Cam Hayward, but it's Connor Hayward.
It's still ridiculous. This is why having Jonnu Smith in fantasy and seeing him getting traded to the Steelers with Arthur Smith is like, well, there goes that. Not starting him this year.
All right, before we get to
use him a fullback.
Before we get to your game, which Bills player do we want to see score an offensive touchdown this year? Who is it?
Josh Allen.
You're saying Josh Allen will score a defensive touchdown?
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
He's out there for like a Hail Mary and he returns it.
Which Bills player do we want to see score a touchdown? Hand off to
Deion Dawkins.
Vrabel used to catch touchdowns, right?
Yeah.
No, defensive players, not offensive. Need a defensive player.
Okay, I thought you just meant like anybody
Let's
that's
get,
like out of the ordinary.
I don't know. There's not really a great candidate.
Who on defense?
Like Kyle Williams scored a touchdown. How many Bills defensive players have scored offensive touchdowns? Are we at
I think
Kyle Williams.
Kyle Williams has. I think I've looked this up before. I think there's a couple that have scored it on offense. That's the problem. You got to have a guy out there playing out of position. So, like, has a linebacker ever done it, or a lineman? Who's the best for this for the Bills? Like, is Ed Oliver an answer here? Like,
He'd have a good touchdown celebration.
you know, it'd be great. It would be Tre'Davious White somehow doing it.
Yeah.
But I don't know what that looks like. He's playing wide receiver. I don't know. You don't want to put Bosa out there, I'm assuming. Greg Rousseau is really tall. Can I just put him like out there and he just like holds his arms up in the air and nobody can reach him and he looks like a big kid out there playing with little kids? That could work.
All right, I'm ready for the Hall of Fame game.
All right, so the last time the Bills were in the Hall of Fame game was 11 years ago. They played the New York Giants. They lost that game.
I remember.
In that game, the Bills' two leading passers, because they were pretty close, their leading rusher, and their leading receiver in the game. I'll help you out a little bit. I'm willing to give you 4 lifelines on this.
Okay.
Your lifelines are, you can only use each one once.
What?
Jersey number.
There's too many rules.
That's just, you get to ask for each player.
I don't like
jersey number, college, career totals, or initials. You get to use each. It's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
That's it? There's
Yeah.
no other clues about who
Nope,
led the...
those are the only clues you get.
What kind of game is this?
You gotta make it somewhat challenging.
All right. So,
2014.
I've got to come up with...
Hall of Fame game. They're two leading. You might not even need them.
Leading passer.
2 leading passers, their leading rusher, and their leading receiver.
Leading rusher and leading receiver.
Yep.
And I get 4 lifelines.
Yeah.
Initials.
Career totals.
Career totals.
The college they went to.
I mean, career totals is never not going to ever be a useful lifeline.
Or jersey number. I think in this game it could be. It definitely could be.
What a terrible... I mean, all right. So, leading passer. Leading passer. That's going to be... So it's EJ. EJ's here.
EJ's here.
When EJ's here, who's he competing with? By the end, it's Castle and Tyrod.
That's at the end.
I know, at the end. At the beginning, He's competing with Kevin Cobb,
Right.
who did play a preseason and got hurt against Washington. Did Cobb play in this game?
Cobb is the year before.
Is Jabron Hamden still here? Is that at all possible?
That's like...
That's far back.
Isn't that like 2002?
Yeah.
Jabram Hamdan?
2 leading passers. What kind of question is this?
Because they have like the same number. They're like neck and neck.
Like Matt Sims?
Nope.
Who on earth?
You've got your 4 lifelines if you want to use them.
Sure. Give me... I don't want to...
For their leading passer?
I only get to use each lifeline once?
Yes.
This game.
You can use fine. You can use all 4. Go ahead. You want them?
Give me initials. Initials of a leading passer.
All right. TL.
TL. Oh, my. Who's
TL.
Trevor Lawrence. Is
Not
the
Trevor
first name.
Lawrence.
No, not Trevor Lawrence.
It's not Trevor Lawrence.
Todd. No. Tim.
You
Tim Lewis.
You want to move on to the college?
Sure.
Duke.
Should I know this?
I mean, you're a Syracuse fan.
What does that have to do with anything?
You hate Duke. You should know the players on Duke. Although this is
on the
football.
Duke football team?
Yeah. Syracuse and Duke don't hate each other in football?
No. Neither one's good enough.
Right.
No idea. Jersey. I'm just going to go to the chat.
Jersey number? Ready?
Chat. Thad Lewis.
Thad Lewis. That was not a lifeline that was given. The chat. That should be the last line of defense is the chat. The chat's going to know it.
I should have got Thad Lewis. Chris Brown screaming at me, Thad Lewis. I should have got Thad Lewis.
You should have.
That's on me.
You should have.
All right, the
next number 9, would you have gotten it if I had given you the jersey number? That was what next was.
All right, next quarterback that tied him in passing initials.
Yep. JT.
College.
Washington State.
I mean, it's just the problem with a game like this is you say JT and I'm like, Joe Thornton. Like just your brain just fires off players with the initials that they have. Justin Thomas, the golfer.
But you would clearly move right on from Joe Thornton.
Right, of course. I'm just telling you, like it's tough because my brain starts flooding information at me. I'm like, no,
yeah, you're thinking of people with the initials JT instead of Bills quarterbacks.
Right, it's like not those people.
All right, well let's move on, and I'll give you the jersey number. Actually, I'll give you the career totals for this guy. He went 0-1 as a Bills starter. Career totals, 26 of 59, 309 yards, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions.
In his career.
In his regular season career.
Man, I'm really losing my fastballs here to not get these random drought
jersey
Bills
number 8.
Oh, JT's going to be Jeff Toole.
Jeff Toole.
Yeah, okay.
Toole time.
Jeff Toole. Leading rusher in the last time the Bills were in the Hall of Fame game.
Yep.
College.
Kansas State.
Ooh. Where did Shawn Williams go to college?
No, you're off on the time.
I know.
Shawn Williams,
He went to Alabama.
Shawn Williams 2003, 2004.
Fine. What's the difference between 10 and 20 years ago? Initials on this running back.
10 years, I believe, is the answer.
That's right. The math checks out. Initials on this guy?
BB. I'll give you a bonus clue here. He is most remembered.
Bryce Brown.
Okay, there you go.
Bryce Brown.
Was it something about me saying most remembered that led you there?
Fumbling into the end zone against the Chiefs.
I was just going to say his most famous play was a fumble. And then finally the leading receiver.
Okay, initials?
RW.
Robert Woods.
Robert Woods, there you go. Most accomplished of the 4.
I dominated this game.
You needed a lot of hints. You didn't get Thad Lewis.
Yeah, we got a break. I didn't get Thad Lewis. That's correct. All right, that was the Hall of Fame game. Hope you enjoyed it. Jeremy and Joe. Sal coming up at 8 o'clock with the latest on Maxwell Harrison. We think Benjamin Solak's going to roll through at some point as well from ESPN. Special teams coordinator Chris Tabor and Steve Tasker still to come live from St. John Fisher here on WGR. Here's the thing. Should Bills fans want the Chargers to be good? Actually good? Isn't that answer yes because of the Chiefs?
I think so.
We maybe
but our Bills fans don't strike me as being fearful at all of them figuring it out and the 4 amazing elite quarterbacks that are in my hair every year in the AFC just became 5.
That's right.
We've been waiting for.
That's a good question. What's better? The Chargers become actually good and take a piece out of the Chiefs every year for the next 5 years, but also are actually good.
And you have to deal with them.
But
the Chiefs have to deal with them more.
Right, that's right. Or is a status quo better because let's have them be, in their own way, not take a piece out of the Chiefs, and we'll just finish the job as the Bills. What's the better path there?
I think probably it feels like them taking a piece out of the Chiefs is better, but I don't know that I want to just welcome Justin Herbert to the club. I don't know that because he is gifted, and if he matures a little bit more as a player and the team around him actually does a good job building, I mean, They've kind of done a poor job of that. They had the Saints coordinator for a while there that loved to check the ball down, screens, short stuff, didn't really want to use Herbert for his arm. And maybe now they're not all the way in the other direction, but I think they're trying to be building around him a little bit better. Ladd McConkey, I think, is a really nice piece to have there. I'm still skeptical about Greg Roman, but I feel like they're kind of on the right track offensively. I don't want to welcome him to the club, though. I would be – there's enough of these guys. There's 4 of them. And I think Herbert is as talented, honestly, as all of them, but there's just that one thing that seems to be missing. Very quickly, did you see from Robert Kraft how big the Tom Brady statue is going to be at Gillette Stadium?
12 feet to represent number 12.
You got it. I was going to say, don't think too hard. 12 feet. Will the Buffaloes and the Bill Stadium be bigger than 12 feet?
12 feet's a good size for a person statue.
Because
right?
It's straight up.
Yeah.
Right, a buffalo is on 4 legs.
He's also
so
going to be
high. That high would be
He'll
crazy.
be standing on something, presumably.
I would think so, yeah.
You know, we haven't heard much about the giant buffaloes. We got to get some investigative reporting on that.
Should get on that.
12
Someone
feet.
get that. Someone figure out what that's going to be.
Wait till you see the Aaron Donald statue the Rams are building.
They're building an Aaron Donald statue?
No, it's a joke about his number. Need wear number 99?
Okay.
Just going for that. 99-foot
That'd be
statue.
awesome. That'd be awesome.
Amazing. Whoa.
That's all right. The Josh Allen statue will be 17 feet
Yes.
in 20 years.
I like it. Makes sense. Sal on the other side on lack of a timeline when it comes to Max Hairston. Ian Rappaport saying 3 weeks. I don't know how much you should be locking into 3 weeks. We'll talk about that with Sal and Max Hairston, what it all means from here. Tre'Davious White, the Bills' cornerback depth, and what else we're going to look for today and tomorrow. Tomorrow's the blue and red game, the blue and red practice scrimmage at Highmark Stadium. Tonight we've got rain here at St. John Fisher. It looks like it stopped raining just a little bit. Overcast, wet field. Practice on the way, 9:45 this morning. We'll, of course, keep you covered. Bring you Sal Capaccio on the other side here on WGR. We'll talk again with the Bills special teams coordinator coming up at 9:15 and Steve Tasker at 9:30. So a little bit of a special teams tinge to today. I was just looking this up. What percentage of football fans, NFL fans, could perfectly explain to you how the kickoff currently works?
Let me first ask, did they change anything from last year?
I will not answer that question because
That's giving me the answer.
That's part of it. They changed a lot last year, and then they had tweaks this year. And that you don't know if they did, I think is an indication that less than 10% of football fans could nail how the kickoff currently works.
Because I know what they did last year, but what they've changed from last year to this year, I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, well, tonight's a Hall of Fame game.
I have no idea.
You might get an explainer. This is actually one spot where having a rules analyst on the broadcast is worth it.
Yeah.
All right.
The Hall of Fame game.
Yeah. Or Hall of Fame game and just explaining kickoffs. Like, all right, hey, everybody, I know you watch kickoffs for 30 years, and they changed it last year, and they changed a little bit of the change. So currently, and you watch this tonight at the Hall of Fame game, the touchback on kickoffs, touchbacks.
Yeah.
On kickoffs, not touchbacks on punts. Touchbacks aren't the same as touchbacks all the time anymore. That's one thing, of course, we've changed.
Okay.
Touchbacks on kickoffs come out to the 35. So if you're a kickoff into the end zone touchback is the 35-yard line. Last year, that was the 30. And the return rate was not high enough. They did not like how high it was. Many coaches were comfortable kicking touchbacks in 2024. The league produced a return rate of 32%.
Okay.
Denver Broncos special teams coach Darren Rizzi, one of the primary architects of the new revamp to the 35, says the return rate should jump to between 70 and 75%.
Good morning. The Bills are back at it on the practice field today after having practice off yesterday. Good news on the injury front for the Buffalo Bills. Our own Sal Capaccio reported yesterday that Bills rookie cornerback Max Hairston did not tear his ACL, but did sprain his LCL on Tuesday after a non-contact injury. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport also reported that Hairston's timeline to return to action is 3 weeks. You can read more on the injury on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. NFL action is back tonight in Canton, Ohio, as the LA Chargers and Detroit Lions square off in the Hall of Fame game. Quarterback Trey Lance is confirmed as the starter for the Chargers, and Kyle Allen is the likely starter for the Lions. Kickoff is tonight at 8 o'clock. NFL insider Jordan Schultz reported yesterday that edge rusher Trey Hendrickson reported to Bengals training camp. Hendrickson will be part of team meetings, however, will not take part in team practices. While being in attendance, Hendrickson also avoids racking up more fines from the NFL. He joins a list of big names holding in at training camp, like Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin and Cowboys defensive end Micah Parsons. Kansas City Chiefs head coach Andy Reid reported yesterday that the Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy has entered the league's concussion protocol, although Reid does not expect Worthy to be out long term. Jay Glazer of NFL on Fox reported yesterday afternoon that the Seattle Seahawks are extending general manager John Schneider after agreeing to a 4-year contract extension. Schneider was first hired by the Seahawks as GM back in 2010, helping the team get to back-to-back Super Bowls in 2013 and 2014, and winning the Super Bowl in 2013. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Live from St. John Fisher, Jeremy and Joe. Good morning, everyone. Joe's over here checking if the Bills have scored a touchdown from every yardage in their franchise history.
It's like my own version of Bills score-origami.
Yeah.
I think I'm not fully done. I think the Bills have scored a touchdown from every yardage inside of 64 yards.
Okay.
All right.
But almost like they've not scored from 99, 97, 96, 94, 93.
I'm actually
like there's a game. There's a game. There's like a little betting game I think to be played here.
I find that quite amazing. I would have thought with interception returns, punt returns, kickoff returns, you'd have those, like, almost everything covered.
And this does include defensive and punt return. Like there's the Deontay Hardy touchdown against the Dolphins. So yeah, there's a few yardages up high that they've never scored.
All right, someone give that list to Josh Allen for the season. Let's knock them all off. Let's get them.
I actually think this is really a good note for Bills PR. If they even know, I'm if you get one during the year, you can literally write out that's the first ever touchdown of blank yards in Bills history.
There you go.
I wonder let me see if I can find, because they would have touchdowns above 100. Right?
Yes.
From kick returns.
100%. Yes.
That's where 99 still being in play.
Right. I was gonna bring that up. You could actually go. You need to go to 109.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, we're live at St. John Fisher. They're blowing some standing water.
Are they mowing the lawn?
No, they're blowing water off the pavement. I mean, it rained a good amount for a lengthy period of time. Looks like it's going to clear up for practice today.
Yep.
Sal Capaccio is with us for the latest on what's going on here at St. John Fisher, the Maxwell Harrison injury. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University, brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. All right, Sal, so we got good news, relatively good news on Maxwell Harrison injury. Not as bad as it could have been. And Ian Rappaport's reporting a 3-week timeline. You're saying a little bit more of no timeline on this.
Sure.
But sprained LCL.
Yeah, so what was first reported by Jordan Schultz, Ian Rappaport, and Mike Garafolo, I hope I get all them correct, who were the first, because you want to make sure you put that out there, that they were the first reported, I can say is accurate and correct. It is the ACL is intact. He has a sprained LCL. The timeline that Ian put on it, I would say the Bills don't put timelines on injuries. that's what he's reporting. He could very well be back in 3 weeks. I'm not saying he's wrong. I mean, I would trust Ian Rappaport could be more accurate than not in this scenario. But I am saying that the Bills generally don't put timelines on injuries because there's no reason to do that. Like, Sean McDermott doesn't like to paint himself into a corner for that. If you say 3 weeks and the guy isn't on the field in 3 weeks now, what happened? Did he have bad rehab? Did something go wrong? If you say 3 weeks, he's back in 2. Why didn't you know he would be back a little bit sooner? You just don't do that. You let them come along at their own pace. Anything can happen over the next few weeks. But we will hear from Sean McDermott tomorrow before the open practice, return of the blue and the red. Terms he usually uses, week to week. He'll be out a little while, something like that, right? I mean, those are things, those are key words that we'll be listening for. But I can tell you that it is, considering what we thought it could be, considering what it looked like it could be, all things considered, I think this is the best news possible.
Yeah, it would be. It kind of gives an answer to Hairston's post himself from Instagram. Thank you, God. Feeling like he dodged a bullet there. Like
no doubt,
he got away from a potential really bad ACL injury.
Yeah, and everybody, this is what we do. We live in this society where guys have their own platforms and social media, and we try to decipher everything they're writing. And I learned a long time ago not to do that. It can mean something. It generally doesn't a lot of times, whereas it could be something about their own family and relationships, and you take it as it's something about football. So you have to be careful with that. So there was a lot of speculating going on, and now we know, though, that Max Hairston is going to be out a little bit. He's going to be out a few weeks here. Now the question is, if he's back in time, healthy enough to play before, the opener, and let's just even say a week before the opener. Let's just give that. Let's just say 3 weeks. Let's say it's Ian Rappaport's right. 3 weeks takes us to, the 20th, 21st, right, of August? That's plenty of time before the opener. The opener is until September 7th.
Right.
Question is he a healthy and active, or is he active? Because I can't really see any scenario where he's starting week 1, given this scenario, right? I mean, this is Trey White's job, and, so is he even a healthy player on the roster, or would they healthy scratch him at that point? These are things down the road, but I think you have to start thinking about, what does that first part of the season look like for him now?
Yeah, does it almost remind you a little bit of Cole Bishop last year, where you miss some time and it's really hard for a rookie, especially early in the season, to carve out a role playing? I mean, maybe he can work his way into maybe they would do a rotation at some point, Sal, but it feels like right now that if Tre'Davious White doesn't misstep and they stay healthy at that position, that, Hairston, it's good that he's going to be available at some point during the season, but I'm not thinking about him much for making an impact now, really almost up to the bye week. Again, injuries can happen to other guys, and he could get in, but they have a week 7 bye. I don't know, I'm thinking about week 8 as, if Trey White looks pretty good, but maybe you think you could get a little better, that would be maybe enough time for Hairston to really feel more comfortable getting into a starting role. Yeah,
and he would have to really beat out Trey, and I would say that's going to be tough to do. I think Tre'Davious White's been good. There's 2 parts to this, right, which is if you get your first-round cornerback and he's healthy to play, he might look good. Is he good enough to be on the field over Tre'Davious White is a second question. And right now I think Tre'Davious White has looked really good out here. He's been the better player, I think, out here between the two. Not that Max has done anything wrong, but Trey's set the bar pretty high here, I think, to clear for him. And then the other part is I think they feel good about the depth they have at the position. They did bring back Dane Jackson. They drafted Dorian Strong. They still have Jamarcus Ingram. This isn't a position, I think, where they're like, oh, my God, we got to go out. We got to get these guys. Matt Bove brought up Russell Douglas to me on It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. I don't think that's something they would invest in right now and do. That's something I think you do if you get down to, okay, what we're scrambling here. We got to have someone to come in and play right away who knows our system. They don't need that right now. They have Tre'Davious White. Dane Jackson knows the system. Jamarcus Ingram's been around. Dorian Strong is coming along. I don't think you have to go out and hit that button yet.
As we're talking about injuries, Sal, I'm thinking today'd be a nice day for that list to shorten up a bit. They had an off day because the list was long, and Hairston happens, and then Cole Bishop and Ty Johnson leave and come back, and sometimes the guy leaves and comes back and is on the injury report by the time the next practice rolls around. So it's been a camp with a lot of smallish injuries, and I don't know. I feel like the Bills would like to see that number drop quite a bit.
No doubt about it, and we'll see if we get any guys back here today off the injured list, as you said. A couple of guys were heat-related issues, so hopefully today, a cooler day. Maybe you get a couple guys back, right? Then you have guys like Dawson Knox, who's been working his way to get back. But I think it's a wet field. You're putting Dawson Knox out there after having a hamstring injury, and it's a wet field. And, is now the right time? He's a veteran. Can you wait until Monday when they come back after the Blue and Red? He's not going to make his debut, I wouldn't think, in that, but who knows, right? Those are things that I think you have to start thinking about. Alec Anderson had a knee injury. He missed the other day. But he was out there with the team. He was walking around. I think that's always an encouraging sign. I'm still very much on what is going on with Spencer Brown alert.
Yeah.
And what is going on with Cedric Van Pran-Granger alert. We haven't seen either of them.
No.
I've seen Spencer Brown out there. I haven't seen Cedric. I'm not saying he hasn't been out there. I haven't seen him.
Yeah.
Spencer's been walking around a little bit. I saw him one day with street clothes. But these are two offensive linemen who haven't played yet. And the other guys, Tyrell Shavers, we know he's going to come back at some point. Mm-hmm. Curtis Samuel's dealt with something. Elijah Moore's dealt with something. Caden Prather. These are guys you're going to get back. I mean, at some point you're going to get back. You know that. Right? So, yeah, it would be nice. And look, I mean, let's tie this back into the Max Hairston discussion. Look what happened last year with Cole Bishop just missing some time.
Yeah.
Well, if you're a rookie and you're missing some time in the preseason, I mean, you're really far behind. For a rookie, it's exponential time you miss. If Dawson Knox misses 2 weeks, he comes back on the field and plays.
Yeah.
If Max Hairston or last year Cole Bishop misses 2 to 3 weeks, you can say he's basically like 6 weeks behind. How do you make that up?
Yeah.
You don't, because you have to get out there. You have the knowledge of the defense, the physical play to get, of the NFL, everything that goes into it.
And that how worried should we be about that? Because I'm a little bit reasons versus excuses. Like, it's definitely a reason that Bishop is behind the 8 ball when it comes to trying to come back and be a part of this offense. And Sal, you can even bring this not just preseason and training camp, but in season. Keon Coleman said that when he got hurt and went out, the offense kind of changed a bit, and he had trouble finding his way back into it.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
Missing time at any point for a young player, it's not like you're going to get phased out of the organization's plans, but it really does change the charting of what happens in your rookie year.
The NFL stops for no one, right? They're not going to – well, maybe unless you're Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, right? You get my point, though. Like, the team has to play. They have to play games. They have to prepare. And when people say next man up, it doesn't just mean the next guy's got to step in and do a great job. Yes, you got to step up. Next man up means we got to prepare. We have a game. We can't wait for you. We're not stopping our next game because we got a guy who's not going to be here and he's got to take a little bit of time. Nobody's going to feel sorry for you in this league. So guess what? We're going to plan for this game. We're going to plan for that game. And as we go, if things are changing, well, guess what? You're missing that. That's unfortunate. We're not going to tailor everything around a guy who's sitting, who's in IR, who's coming back a little bit later. We got to do what we got to do, and that's exactly right when it comes to how Keon Coleman came back, which is a great anecdote, Jeremy, that you just brought up about why Brandon Beane said what he said at the end of the year about Keon Coleman. He just wasn't the same player. Now think about what Keon Coleman said. It was tougher for me to come back and figure that part out. It wasn't just recovering from the injury, which that's also a piece of it. Recovering from an injury for a young player who's never been really hurt in their career, who's been the best player at the high school or college level or whatever, they're not used to that. They don't understand what goes into that. There's a lot that goes into coming back from it. And we all know the Bills made a change in strength and conditioning coach, right? They have a new head strength and conditioning coach. I'm not sitting here blaming anybody, but I think that the Bills also need a new approach about those kinds of things and fresh ideas, as Sean McDermott has said. It's an organization. You have to think about everything that goes and baked into all this.
Sal Capaccio with us. Sal, we talked some injuries there, and through a week of camp, is there any position that you think that you're thinking differently about who will make the team compared to when we came into training camp?
Whoa. Who will make the team? So bottom of the roster?
Yeah, because even we talked about receiver there and how Curtis Samuel's been out and Elijah Moore's been in and out. But there's no real expectation, I think, right now that receiver's any different than we thought it would be. The tight ends. Dawson Knox has been hurt and Kincaid's hurt, but nobody thinks tight end will be different. Maybe there's something on defense.
I wonder on the offensive line what happens considering Cedric Van Pran-Granger's been out. Alec Anderson is no longer needed as an extra offensive lineman, and he also can play center.
Right.
Right? Does that do anything to Cedric Van Pran-Granger's status on the roster? Mm-hmm. And then you have, because Spencer's been out, I've seen Ryan Vandermark in there with Tylon Grable rotating, right?
Yep.
I wonder at the bottom end of that, are we looking at maybe where is Cedric Van Pran-Granger's spot ultimately? Where I thought that Tylan Grable could push Ryan Vandermark off the roster, and you have Chase Lunt coming up. Maybe Ryan Vandermark now becomes actually, hey, no, he's a really important piece of what we need here. How does that all look in the offensive line? And I think Alec Anderson's a key for all of this because you have Jackson Hawes now. Jackson Hawes is, to me, your sixth offensive lineman. He's a tight end. You can throw him a pass. Alec Anderson now can kind of fight for a swing spot. He can fight for a reserve spot where maybe you can play with the offensive line a little bit on who can make it. And if you're not on the field, it's going to be tougher for you.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe if Anderson can give them more versatility on the inside.
Right.
Are you almost saying they could think about keeping an extra tackle just to kind of protect themselves if Spencer Brown is dealing with something that goes into the season?
I'm saying they could maybe keep an extra interior guy, but maybe you are forced to keep an extra tackle. Maybe you're forced to keep an extra tackle. Maybe you can keep an interior guy because you don't need him as an extra offensive lineman. He can actually be a regular interior guy.
Right.
Alec Anderson is what I'm saying, right?
Right.
And this is a Cedric Van Pran Granger point for me. If I don't see Cedric Van Pran Granger out on the field, at some point, does he go on a list? Does he not make the team?
Yeah. When are they open to do that? Because I think if they put a guy in IR right now,
he's out for the year.
So they wouldn't want to do that.
Correct.
But when in the calendar can they start, playing around with we could put him on this, but he could come back later?
It's a good question. So here's how it's going to work. On the final day of cuts, so the last day where everybody says they have to make the final roster, right?
Yeah.
On that day, they can put two guys on injured reserve who can still come back 4 weeks later if you want, or they can stay out as long as you want. But that's that IR to return designation. You don't and they're going to immediately count against their IR to return numbers, but they don't have to come back necessarily. But they can put those two guys there. It used to be where you had to make the 53, then you got to put in IR. You don't have to do that. So you can do it that time. You can put up to two guys on there. Otherwise, Michael Hoyt and Larry Ogunjobi are going to go on a suspended list. And then everybody else, if you're released, if you're less than 4 years in the league, you're waivers. If you're more than 4 years, you're a free agent. So let's take Cedric Van Pran Granger. He gets to that point. He's like, look, we think he's going to play. He's not ready yet.
Yeah.
If you waive him, anybody can claim him. I mean, he hasn't been in the league 4 years. Or you can put him on IR, and then he has a chance to come back. Let's hope it doesn't get to that, but those are the options for a guy like that.
Is safety at all behind Cole Bishop and Taylor Rapp? Is that changing at all, in your opinion, for who is maybe in line right now to make the team? I'm thinking about Hamlin for this. Hamlin, I don't know, I always see him interacting with guys out there, whether it's the young guys or it's coaching, and, of course, he can do special teams as well. And then there's rookies, obviously, that are competing there. There's Cam Lewis. I don't know. What does safety look like to you right now, or is it still a huge question mark behind Bishop and Taylor Rapp?
I have long believed, my prediction going into camp was that Derek Forrest would be the fourth safety and DeMar Hamlin would not be on the team. But the way that you get DeMar Hamlin on the team, because I could see it, would be Cam Lewis and Jordan Hancock are both are kind of guys that you don't necessarily rely on to be your fourth safety. They can do a lot of different things for you. They can be versatile. One can play special teams. One can be a nickel. I still think it's going to be it's tough for numbers. I think it's DeMar Hamlin and Derek Forrest could be fighting for a spot. And the reason I say that is because I just can't see Cam Lewis not on this team. Brandon Beane loves him. Yeah. He thinks Brandon Beane will tell you, the guy could start for a lot of teams as a nickel corner. Mm-hmm. Why would you get rid of a really, really terrific backup nickel corner?
Right.
When he can be on your team. And he's been here for 7 years now. He plays all your special teams. The fly in the ointment is Jordan Hancock. Jordan Hancock, because he can play safety, he can play nickel corner, that squeezes one of those numbers. And it's going to be interesting to see how it washes out.
And the Bills love their position flexibility. It's
yes.
kind of a way to make a 53-man roster kind of like a 57-man because
that's
guys
right.
play
that's
two
exactly
different
right.
spots.
And that's where you're kind of getting to, maybe that is what hurts Hamlin and Forrest to both making the team, because those guys are not going to ever play nickel corner for you, or they'll play special teams, but they're not going to move around the defense the way that the other two guys you mentioned are.
Yeah, for sure. I think Derek Forrest was brought here to really help on special teams, and because he played for a Ron Rivera defense, he has a base knowledge of the system, and he can play. I've thought that he would be over DeMar Hamlin. I think DeMar's made a few plays out here, and I think DeMar is still in the mix here, okay? That said, I just don't know how you make all the numbers work with everyone. This might just come down to preseason, and
Yeah.
You know, who makes plays and who doesn't. I mean, it's the back end of the roster. You got to make a play or two.
Right.
Sal Capaccio here ahead of training camp practice.
One guy, go ahead.
No,
one guy I want to bring up. We haven't seen and we need to see him soon. Is Tyler Bass. He has had a pelvic injury.
Pelvic injury, right? Yeah.
And now the good news is they have not gone out and got a kicker.
Yeah.
All right, so there's not even doing like kicking in these segments, but at some point you got to see your kicker out there kicking some footballs. I think, right? So I would hope that would happen soon too.
Right. And he
was out here earlier in the year.
And there's no competitive reason to think that they would bring another guy in, right?
No,
he very much reasserted himself second half of last year.
Yeah. And I mean, they never even, I guess during like rookie camp, of course, but they never even had like 2 kickers on the roster after like
which is that speaks to, I guess, how far he came in the second half of last year. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I mean, they had a kicker on the team during the regular season last year. Or excuse me, they had a kicker on the practice squad, right? They had a second kicker during, the time right before the trade deadline, and then he hits the 61-yarder against Miami, and that's kind of it. But sure, right, like if he's, they would need a guy to kick even in the preseason, right? If he's dealing with anything. So
yeah, they would
unless they just have a punter kick in the preseason or something.
Yeah, the other thing is you want your operation, right? Like I know it's fun to talk about like you have a kicking competition, a punting competition.
Yeah.
Bring somebody in. You want your operation to be buttoned up. And the more guys you bring in there, the less time that is to have the operation buttoned up. Mm-hmm. Right? That's more guys. Whether it's a long snapper, a kicker, or a punter, all those guys are the long snapper, the holder, the punter, the kicker. And when you do that, you're taking time away from other guys. So the quicker you can get to, these are our 3 guys, the better it is. Which is, I think, a reason why, Camarda was let go. But look, there was a numbers crunch there, and they had to do something in a roster. But again, maybe one of the easier spots is we'll release the punter instead of somebody else, even though we like them and we're not sold on necessarily Brad Robbins being the number 1 guy. So I do think it's interesting. I'm also going to be watching as we go through, like tomorrow's going to be a day for this, and then into next week. You guys know, like I'm the number 1, like Brandon Codrington truther out here.
Yeah.
Like I've been... How many months are we going on when I'm telling you Brandon Codrington's the punt returner?
Right.
Right? And I'd still be shocked if he's not. And I haven't seen anything different out here that tells me otherwise. I'll say that.
Right.
But I still want to see, like, how are they handling this?
Right.
You could get some clues from Chris Tabor on this when you have him on. Maybe.
Yeah. We'll try.
Yeah.
Chris Tabor, special teams coordinator, coming up at 9:15. You got a pick tonight, Chargers, Lions? Who do you like? Who do you like? Joe's guy, Trey Lance, is starting for the Chargers.
Well, let's see. The Chargers are coming all the way from the West Coast to go to Canton, Ohio.
Yeah.
Right?
Right, yeah.
It's tough, but it is a night game.
Which coach is going to care more about winning and getting off on the right foot?
Well, let me tell you something.
That seems like a Dan Campbell.
Doug Marrone.
I've got a tease for you for the break. So you're like, all right, Hall of Fame game. I pop it on for 5 minutes. I turn it off.
Yeah.
Someone in the booth in the second half. There's someone in the booth in the second half that might make it worth watching. A legend in the booth in the second half. I'll tell you who that is next. Here's the thing. Should Bills fans want the Chargers to be good? Actually good? Isn't that answer yes because of the Chiefs?
I think so.
We maybe
but our Bills fans don't strike me as being fearful at all of them figuring it out and the 4 amazing elite quarterbacks that are in my hair every year in the AFC just became 5.
That's right.
We've been waiting for.
That's a good question. What's better? The Chargers become actually good and take a piece out of the Chiefs every year for the next 5 years, but also are actually good.
And you have to deal with them.
But
the Chiefs have to deal with them more.
Right, that's right. Or is a status quo better because no, let's have them be, in their own way,
Yeah.
not take a piece out of the Chiefs, and we'll just finish the job as the Bills. What's the better path there?
I think probably it feels like them taking a piece out of the Chiefs is better, but I don't know that I want to just welcome Justin Herbert to the club. I don't know that because he is gifted. And if he matures a little bit more as a player and the team around him actually does a good job building, I mean, they've kind of done a poor job of that. They had the Saints coordinator for a while there that loved to check the ball down, screens, short stuff, didn't really want to use Herbert for his arm. And maybe now they're not all the way in the other direction, but I think they're trying to be building around him a little bit better. Ladd McConkey, I think, is a really nice piece to have there. I'm still skeptical about Greg Roman, but I feel like they're kind of on the right track offensively. I don't want to welcome him to the club, though. I would be – there's enough of these guys. There's 4 of them. And I think Herbert is as talented, honestly, as all of them, but there's just that one thing that seems to be missing.
We'll talk again with the Bills special teams coordinator coming up at 9:15 and Steve Tasker at 9:30. So a little bit of a special teams tinge to today. I was just looking this up. What percentage of football fans, NFL fans, could perfectly explain to you how the kickoff currently works?
Let me first ask, did they change anything from last year?
I will not answer that question because
that's giving me the answer.
That's part of it. They changed a lot last year, and then they had tweaks this year. And that you don't know if they did, I think is an indication that less than 10% of football fans could nail how the kickoff currently works.
Because I know what they did last year, but what they've changed from last year to this year, I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, well, tonight's a Hall of Fame game.
I have no idea.
You might get an explainer. This is actually one spot where having a rules analyst on the broadcast is worth it.
Yeah.
All right.
The Hall of Fame game.
Yeah. Or Hall of Fame game and just explaining kickoffs. Like, all right, hey, everybody, I know you watch kickoffs for 30 years, and they changed it last year, and they changed a little bit of the change. So currently, and you watch this tonight at the Hall of Fame game, the touchback on kickoffs, touchbacks.
Yeah.
On kickoffs, not touchbacks on punts. Touchbacks aren't the same as touchbacks all the time anymore. That's one thing, of course, we've changed.
Okay.
Touchbacks on kickoffs come out to the 35. So if you're a kickoff into the end zone touchback is the 35-yard line. Last year, that was the 30. And the return rate was not high enough. They did not like how high it was. Many coaches were comfortable kicking touchbacks in 2024. The league produced a return rate of 32%. Okay. Denver Broncos special teams coach Darren Rizzi, one of the primary architects of the new revamp to the 35, says the return rate should jump to between 70 and 75%.
Buffalo Bills are back at practice today after having an off day yesterday. Good news on the injury front for the Bills. Our own Sal Capaccio reported yesterday that Bills rookie cornerback Maxwell Hairston did not tear his ACL, but did sprain his LCL on Tuesday after a non-contact injury. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport also reported that Hairston's timeline to return to action is 3 weeks. You can read more on that injury on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel, Carr & Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors & Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. NFL action is back tonight in Canton, Ohio, as the LA Chargers and Detroit Lions square off in the Hall of Fame game. Quarterback Trey Lance is confirmed as the starter for the Chargers, and Kyle Allen is likely the starter for the Lions. Kickoff is tonight at 8 o'clock. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Brent Musburger, 86 years old.
He's 86?
He will be in the booth tonight in the second half. So Musburger is being honored. I want to thank Christian for tweeting this in. I did not know this until just moments ago that Brent Musburger is going to be honored by the Pro Football Hall of Fame with the Pete Rozelle Radio Television Award.
Yeah.
And what that means is they're giving him his flowers. He's going to be there on NBC. He'll do a pregame interview with Maria Taylor, and then in the second half of the game, he will join Tirico and Collinsworth in the booth.
Okay.
You want
Nice.
to put it on the bet board. Will he drop? You are looking live at Benson Memorial, right? Is it Tom Benson Stadium, though, that's called?
That, I believe, is correct. Yeah.
Will he drop? You are looking live at the Hall of Fame game.
I hope so.
I feel like he has to.
That would be awesome. I would, if I were Tirico, I would definitely let him get in with that.
So Musburger tonight in the second half, if you want a little dose of the second half. It might be a reason to put it on.
I didn't realize, how long ago did he retire? Like I don't have him being 86.
He didn't really retire.
He's still kind of.
He does stuff for a casino.
He's
a
also
gambling network, a Las Vegas-based betting network, which he founded.
Okay.
He is active with them.
He also has since he retired from doing like college football weekly and whatnot, he has since been calling Las Vegas Raider games on the radio.
All right.
So he's still the play-by-play man for the Raiders.
Man,
on the radio.
That's a pretty good get for the Raiders.
Right? Yeah.
Musburger? I also, according to awfulannouncing.com, I did not know this about Brent Musburger. He coined the phrase March Madness.
Really?
Yes.
I feel like he should get a cut of that.
He came up with it.
Okay. That's pretty. That should be near the top of the bio.
Yeah.
I think.
What's your legacy? I just invented the phrase March Madness. You know, he said.
I hope he gets a piece of that.
He said it was late one Thursday evening after the opening games. We had a couple of big upsets that night out west. I said, folks, this is madness. This is March Madness. And that was it. He was also on the original NFL Today broadcasts on CBS, like going way back.
Okay.
So, I mean, he's done everything. So, Brent Musburger tonight.
Is he on the call for anything Bills that is like really memorable? I'm gonna ask Mike, because there's a site that lists who had each game.
Yeah.
Because Musburger is gonna do what, Monday Night Football at one point. So but the Bills are never on Monday Night Football for a long time. I think I have that right. That was he on Monday Night Football like in the 90s? I'll have to find it. See if there's anything Bills with him.
You know. Again, he works for a gambling network. Wikipedia.
I mean, he lives in Las Vegas, apparently. He's calling Raider games.
Wikipedia links a story that Musburger told the Sports Illustrated Media podcast he's always won while betting the length of the Super Bowl national anthem by having his friends attend the rehearsal the day before the game and time it.
Yeah.
Because some people lip sync it, and that's an easy win because that recording is automatic. Look at that. What a legend. I went to the bio to see, which Super Bowls did he call? And that nugget is what came up.
Some NFL games. So there might not be a long history here. I mean, you're going to go back to CBS. Maybe there might be something with him. and the Bills and like he's in CBS from 73 to 90. So maybe there's something there. But
here's one for Yankee fans. He calls the divisional series between the Yankees and the Mariners in 95.
Okay.
That's before you're born? 95. You're born
I'm born
in
June of 95, so
okay,
I'm alive.
It's
couple months.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah,
Where,
October 95.
Edgar Martinez, a double that scores Ken Griffey. He's on the call of that. Tons of national championship games, tons. And, yeah. All right. He was also in Rocky 2.
Okay. As himself?
Yes.
I assume.
He was a reporter. He played the right okay. Anyway, all right.
He was not in Happy Gilmore 2. I could tell you that.
Everybody else was.
Vern Lundquist was again the play-by-play man. Vern, he was great. He's definitely looking like he's up there. But he was great in it. Instead of, I don't know who his partner was in the first Happy Gilmore, Vern Lundquist. For this movie, I can tell you that Post Malone was his color commentator.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah. Because, Happy Gilmore 2, just loading famous people.
You know what we need? I have not seen Happy Gilmore 2 yet. You have. I know many that have.
Yeah.
We need to find out who said no thanks to Happy Gilmore 2. Because the number of people that said yes, imagine how many said no.
I have one person that
they were
busy.
No. Who?
One person said no because he was referenced in it. And if you think about who was in the movie, Rory is in it, DeChambeau is in it, Scheffler is in it, Koepka is in it, Ricky Fowler, Jordan Spieth, Xander Schauffele, Jack Nicklaus is in this movie.
No,
John Daly plays a role in this movie.
Tiger?
Did they
shoot for Tiger and they didn't get him?
There's a statue of Tiger. They reference Tiger because they talk about Happy being on the tour for years after he beats Shooter McGavin, and there's one joke made of I was the best. He's talking to Shooter about how Happy's I was the best golfer of the 90s and 2000s except for Tiger. There's another one where Tiger there's a statue of Tiger in line with a Happy statue and then a Nicklaus statue. Tiger is the only famous golfer I feel that wasn't in this movie. And he's referenced. So I kind of want to bet they asked him. And Tiger said, "Yeah, I'm good. Thanks."
All right.
Which doesn't that kind of sound like Tiger?
Sure.
He isn't being this nonsense.
He's busy.
You're not taking golf seriously enough with this movie. I think he probably got asked and said no.
8030550. One other quick thing, big news. You know what? This is appropriate for the Musburger segment. Today is Thursday. There's football on today. It's football season, and I feel like that means we got to do our Thursday three-way parlay. Got to do it. There's no other way.
But now we have 4.
There's 4 of us. There are 4 of us.
There are 4 of us now, though. It doesn't roll off the tongue the same way. The Thursday four-way parlay.
What are we going to do about that?
I think we have to have 4. Or how about we do it as 3, and if you multiple, because I was gonna, if your leg loses, you're out for the next week. But the problem there is we're going to have a lot of weeks where I think more than one of us miss. That happened a lot. All right, let me get some lines up. Hall of Fame game.
New music. The 4-way.
Okay.
The fantastic 4-way. So, all right. Jeremy Joe, Josh Owen. We're going to use underdog here because there are not enough things on the Hall of Fame game. Underdog, you can go higher or lower on a lot of players you've never heard of on their yardage. And I'll start us off.
All right.
You just got to go here with what you like. Jackson Meeks.
Who?
Jackson Meeks. Lions wide receiver Jackson Meeks, former Syracuse product, undrafted. I want to go higher than 15.5 receiving yards. Shout out Jackson Meeks. He was good. I liked him. Jackson Meeks over 15.5.
That's not a very big number.
No. Have you seen the scores of the last 10 Hall of Fame games?
No, I bet they're low. I saw the over/under for tonight's 32.5.
Oh yeah. It is not a pretty game, as you are not surprised to hear. And the games are, what are your scores here? Hall of Fame game results. Oh, give me your pick. I'll give you the results in a minute.
All right, I will go next. I am going to take Sion Vaki, 26.5 rushing yards. I'm going to go higher, over, on that total for him.
Tell Fantasy World
that
like
is
this
a
guy.
deep fantasy pull there for this guy. He's smaller. He is shifty, which is perfect for the NFL preseason.
Here are the scores of the last 10 preseason games. 21-16, 27-11, 16-3, canceled. 14-10, 17-16, 20-18, canceled. 14-3, 17-13, 24-20, 17-10, canceled. 16-7, 21-18. There's a 30, finally, from the Washington football team. 20-7, 16-10. The last time both teams were in the 20s is 2005. So, plan accordingly.
Wow.
All right. Oh, and Josh, our four-way fantastic parlay.
Fantastic four-way parlay.
Fantastic four-way parlay.
It's thematic. There's, the big movies out. I'm going to go with the over on Kai Robichaux, running back for the Lions.
These are all vibes picks.
Yeah, just totally a vibe name
Higher.
pick. I like a name with X on the end of it, so I did it. That's
like it.
That's
Over
my
24.5 rushing yards for Kai Robichaux. All right, Josh.
I'm going to round it out with Isaac Tisla having an over on his receiving yards, 16.5. Just elite name, Tisla. Come on, he's a wide receiver future train in the making. Come on.
There was some draft hype about him, wasn't there?
A little bit.
Okay, we have one problem.
What's that?
Underdog makes us pick from two different teams.
They do?
Yeah. All right, that's fine, because I was on the fence between two. I'm going to change mine from Vaki to Kamini Vidal, which is basically the same thing but on the Chargers. He is a low-drafted running back, little smaller, shifty.
Going higher on that?
I'm going higher on 22.5 for Kamini Vidal.
All right, I love it.
So just shift to Vaki to Vidal.
What's this year's punishment? Who's going to have to – there's no Chiefs Christmas movie this year.
The punishment. There's a Bills Christmas movie, and that's not a
Is it the 18-inch putter?
Ooh.
Burn that one?
There you go.
No, hold on a second.
Yep, you got to use an 18-inch putter for a month.
I'm just learning that Underdog doesn't even allow pick'em in New York State. Folks, it's the preseason for everyone, okay?
That can't be right.
That's right. They currently don't allow pick'em. Please contact the support team.
You're sure?
Yeah.
I'll call support. I'll get
There
this
it is.
rectified.
There it is. No,
that's a change, I think.
That's new.
That is definitely new, because I used to love Underdog preseason higher overs.
I learned something today.
Okay.
One thing about Isaac Tisla, here's a little fun fact for you. Where was he drafted? Fourth round? NFL fourth round draft order.
I thought he went a little later than he was supposed to.
Yes. He's there in the fourth round. Just, whatever you like here, whatever you want.
Third round. No, sorry, he went third round. He went
third
higher.
round, yes. Yeah. Third round. Where in the third round?
70th overall.
70th.
So it's pretty early. Why?
Because I wanted to check to see just a quick thing. He came in for a visit with the Bills. I know that. I know he was on the list of receivers that they brought in for a visit.
Okay.
So anyway. Yes, he goes 70th.
Yeah.
2 picks later, the Bills go Landon Jackson.
Yeah, he got an invite for a top 30 visit,
He came
according
in
to Jordan Schultz, in April.
Yeah, that's all. That's all. I'm just listing a certain number of true facts. Where he got picked, order of pick, did come in for a visit.
Yeah.
2 picks ahead. The Bills did. Yeah. Anyway. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe. We'll get to Bills special teams coordinator Chris Tabor coming up at 9:15, and Steve Tasker is going to pop by at 9:30 as well as we continue coverage from St. John Fisher here on WGR. here's the thing. Should Bills fans want the Chargers to be good? Actually good? Isn't that answer yes because of the Chiefs?
I think so.
We maybe
but our Bills fans don't strike me as being fearful at all of them figuring it out and the 4 amazing elite quarterbacks that are in my hair every year in the AFC just became 5.
That's right.
We've been waiting for.
That's a good question. What's better? The Chargers become actually good and take a piece out of the Chiefs every year for the next 5 years, but also are actually good.
And you have to deal with them.
But
the Chiefs have to deal with them more.
Right, that's right. Or is a status quo better because no, let's have them be, in their own way, not take a piece out of the Chiefs, and we'll just finish the job as the Bills. What's the better path there?
I think probably it feels like them taking a piece out of the Chiefs is better, but I don't know that I want to just welcome Justin Herbert to the club. I don't know that because he is gifted. And if he matures a little bit more as a player and the team around him actually does a good job building, I mean, they've kind of done a poor job of that. They had the Saints coordinator for a while there that loved to check the ball down, screens, short stuff, didn't really want to use Herbert for his arm. And maybe now they're not all the way in the other direction, but I think they're trying to be building around him a little bit better. Ladd McConkey, I think, is a really nice piece to have there. I'm still skeptical about Greg Roman, but I feel like they're kind of on the right track offensively. I don't want to welcome him to the club, though. I would be – there's enough of these guys. There's 4 of them. And I think Herbert is as talented, honestly, as all of them, but there's just that one thing that seems to be missing. Want an update from New England practice?
Yes.
Training camp?
Is it that Mac Hollins has convinced Stephon Diggs to go shoeless? Because I saw that.
It is not that, but
the Patriots are the latest team to jump into the shoeless routine.
Yeah. Not stunning. So Diggs' camp so far is he's taking the shoes off, and he's also been chasing puppies around.
Yes.
The update that I'm reading from Chad Graff, The Athletic, that isn't short. The offense has been inconsistent. The offensive line looks shaky. Drake May's accuracy has been an issue also, and there's been too many botched snaps between May and his centers.
All right.
So some inconsistency for the Patriots offense.
Benjamin Solak was just at Patriots camp yesterday. No, recent. Okay, I thought you were. Why did I think you were? Anyway, all right. You're gonna sit down. He's here. Hi. How are you? Hold on. I don't know what. Joe, which one are you doing?
Blue one.
Hi.
The blue one.
Y'all got me?
We got you. We got you. We've got Bill's special teams coordinator Chris Tabor coming up at 9:15. So we'll get a break in, and if you got a few minutes to sit with us, we'll chat with you here at Bill's camp.
Let's do it.
All right. Very good. Benjamin Solak of ESPN coming up in just a moment here. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live from St. John Fisher on WGR.
Is safety at all behind Cole Bishop and Taylor Rapp? Is that changing at all, in your opinion, for who is maybe in line right now to make the team? I'm thinking about Hamlin for this. Like, Hamlin, I don't know, I always see him interacting with guys out there, like whether it's the young guys or it's coaching, and, of course, he can do special teams as well. And then there's rookies, obviously, that are competing there. There's Cam Lewis. I don't know, what does safety look like to you right now, or is it still a huge question mark behind Bishop and Taylor Rapp?
I have long believed, like, my prediction going into camp was that Derek Forrest would be the fourth safety and DeMar Hamlin would not be on the team. But the way that you get DeMar Hamlin on the team, because I could see it, would be Cam Lewis and Jordan Hancock are both are kind of guys that you don't necessarily rely on to be your fourth safety. They can do a lot of different things for you. They can be versatile. One can play special teams. One can be a nickel. I still think it's going to be it's tough for numbers. I think it's DeMar Hamlin and Derek Forrest could be fighting for a spot. And the reason I say that is because I just can't see Cam Lewis not on this team. Brandon Beane loves him. Yeah. He thinks Brandon Beane will tell you, the guy could start for a lot of teams as a nickel corner. Mm-hmm. Why would you get rid of a really, really terrific backup nickel corner?
Right.
When he can be on your team. And he's been here for 7 years now. He plays all your special teams. The fly in the ointment is Jordan Hancock. Jordan Hancock, because he can play safety, he can play nickel corner, that squeezes one of those numbers. And I just, it's going to be interesting to see how it washes out.
And the Bills love their position flexibility. It's
yes.
kind of a way to make a 53-man roster kind of like a 57-man.
Good morning. The Bills are back at it on the practice field today after having practice off yesterday. Good news on the injury front for the Bills. Our own Sal Capaccio reported yesterday that Bills rookie cornerback Maxwell Hairston did not tear his ACL. However, he did sprain his LCL on Tuesday after a non-contact injury. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport also reported that Hairston's timeline to return to action is 3 weeks. You can read more on the injury on our website, WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors & Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. NFL action is back tonight in Canton, Ohio, as the LA Chargers and Detroit Lions square off in the Hall of Fame game. Quarterback Trey Lance is confirmed as the starter for the Chargers, and Kyle Allen is likely the starter for the Lions. Kickoff tonight is at 8 o'clock. NFL insider Jordan Schultz reported yesterday that edge rusher Trey Hendrickson has reported to Bengals training camp. Hendrickson will be part of team meetings, however, will not take part in team practices. While being in attendance, he also avoids racking up more fines from the NFL. He joins the list of big names holding in at training camp, including Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin and Cowboys defensive end Micah Parsons. Jake Glazer of NFL on Fox reported yesterday afternoon that the Seattle Seahawks are extending general manager John Schneider after agreeing to a 4-year contract with him. Schneider was first hired by the Seahawks back in 2010 as GM, helping the team appear in back-to-back Super Bowls in 2013 and 2014 and winning the Super Bowl in 2013. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I mean, he's getting out of his comfort zone. You know, he's not the most vocal guy, but that's something he's really getting out there, talking to the young guys, talking to everybody else, making sure we understand whatever it is, how we do things here, and stuff like that.
That's Keon Coleman on Khalil Shakir. Will he take a step forward? Jeremy and Joe, a few minutes here with NFL analyst Benjamin Solak of ESPN, who popped in for a quick visit. I know you're going to go talk to Joe Brady, so we won't keep you too long. Good to see you again.
Thanks, fellas. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago I was out here.
Yeah.
Same seat, same desk.
Yeah.
Easy to find you guys.
Same seat, same desk, and
Find the pavilion.
and same storyline. Hey, can the Bills find that little extra bit to get the job done? I mean, it's a lot of great years around here and a lot of what's the one thing that's been missing?
Yeah, it's there was a great stat in the FTN Almanac this year that previewed the season. On a 5-year stretch, if you look at the best teams to ever not make a Super Bowl by DVOA. DVOA is a catch-all metric. It's just era-adjusted team efficiency. How good are you for your time relative to your competitors? 5-year stretch for a team that never made the Super Bowl. The best team in NFL history by DVOA is the 2020 to 2024 Buffalo Bills, right?
Yeah.
Second is the 2020 to 2024 Ravens, right? Because there's this guy on top of the conference right now who's not letting anybody through, right? He wears 15 red and white and plays in Kansas City. And so can they find a little bit more? Absolutely. That's going to continue to be the thought, the urgency. Even if they had made one of the 5 Super Bowls, if they had made 2 and won one of them and lost one of them, they'd still be sitting down every single year in May and June and July and saying, all right, here's what the Chiefs do, here's what the Ravens do. How are we going to get an inch ahead of these guys? Because the margins are so thin between those teams. Obviously, the way the coin flips have fallen, it's been all Kansas City. It's been historically all Kansas City. But for as frustrating as it is, I promise you that the guys over there in Kansas City are also sitting there going, okay, how are we going to stay ahead of these Bills? How are we going to stay ahead of 17? How are we going to deal with this team? The margins are that thin. It just has not come up Buffalo yet.
How much ground do you feel like they could have made up this offseason with the moves they've made? And I don't know how different they'll look on both sides of the ball. I think defensively the personnel is certainly different.
Yep.
Offensively, it's mostly Palmer and Moore. And maybe offensively they try to look similar to what they did last year.
Yeah, I think that when they made the Von Miller bet a few years ago, the idea was, okay, one ringer, pass rusher, he's going to dominate for us in the playoffs. Like, this is going to be the difference-making guy. And that's a lot of chips on one dude. And obviously the name was Von Miller, and that's a dude that you know, like from a talent perspective, you want to be that ringer guy, but it's still one bet. You miss that bet, you're back exactly where you were. The approach this year is the shotgun approach, right? Not the sniper rifle, but the shotgun. We're going to get Joey in the building. We're going to get Larry in the building. We're going to get Michael in the building. We're going to draft the guy. We are going to have dudes on dudes on dudes. And hopefully by the time we get to January, we have collectively, right, Moneyball in the aggregate, built enough of that elite pass rush, of that game-winning player. Because when we talk about January football, we talk about elite game-winning players. And Buffalo's issue on defense has always been that because of what Sean does schematically, defensively, they punch above their weight for the regular season. They get so much out of, good players, quality players, but more so like your B-tier players, your solid starters. And then they get to a point where they have to play 3 playoff offenses in a row, and they just, at some point, they get outgunned, right? They just get out-muscled by these teams that have built around superstars. So the hope is that in the aggregate, right, whether it's a healthy Joey Bosa or a step forward from Gregory Rousseau or a fresh Michael Holt or whatever it is, that you get that pass rusher that you need. You get that depth on the defensive line you need to really dominate up front. So have they done enough? Ask me in November. I'll let you know when we get there.
Yeah. Bills fans sometimes get to that game against Kansas City and feel like they're outgunned. A lot of Bills fans feel like they're maybe outmatched. Like McDermott won't have the answers against Andy Reid. Do you think he would have them if, in fact, those pieces are the right pieces?
Yeah. I would say that if we could emphatically point to a defensive coordinator who has had the answers against Andy Reid and against Patrick Mahomes over their time together, then I would fault McDermott a little bit more, right? There was that moment we thought it was going to be the Bengals and Lou Anarumo because they were playing so well against elite quarterbacks, and then that fell apart for the Bengals, right? They weren't able to sustain that. So there's really been no coordinator, no defensive system, no stylistic approach that I can point to and say, okay, this always takes the Chiefs from a 30-point team to a 23-point team. We got to do it this way. It just hasn't been there. They're just too stinking good. And so it's hard to fault McDermott too far because I'm not sure the solution, right, that, this is how you respond to this quarterback, how you respond to this team. I'm not sure that solution exists. With that said, man, you know what the money's for? You know what the check is for? The check is for beating that guy, the guy in the conference, right? It ain't a question mark what the money is for here in Buffalo. You got to beat the Chiefs. You got to beat 15. Sean McDermott is a defensive coach. He's been here for, 8 seasons now? Like, at some point win, And so it's tough to fault him too far. But, yeah, that you got to beat the guys. And I trust me he's losing sleep over it. But eventually at some point, you got to come up with a solution or someone's going to move on.
That's the thing, too, is I'll ask you in November. Mm-hmm. They have been very good defensively in the regular season, and I think because they've done that, and I think the stat is against the Chiefs in the playoffs, Kansas City's averaged 34 against the Bills and 24 against everybody else, or it's something like that. Mm-hmm. That might only be the last 4 years, by the way, not all 5. But they could be looking really good in the regular season, and there's just this talking point about McDermott that is somewhat based in fact that his defense will regress when it gets to the postseason. Yep. Is that, though, to you just a Chiefs-specific thing? Like when they go and play the Ravens, they go and play when they get the Denvers of the world in the wild card round. Do you feel like it's a McDermott thing or is it more of a Chiefs thing?
So, Denver doesn't count. Throw that out.
Yeah.
Bo Nix was never going to beat anybody in the postseason, right? That offense was scraping it together with a lot of Sean Payton machinations, and they were going to run into a playoff team, and they were going to implode a little bit. It's more of a McDermott thing than the Chiefs thing, and it's the nature of the defense that they play. If you look at Steve Spagnuolo for the Chiefs, Steve Spagnuolo is inherently a very matchup-oriented, game plan-oriented. I'm trying to get you to these third and long downs where I can design up these blitzes. They're going to win for me in these key moments, right? 4th and 5, we got 2 free rushers off the strong side, right? The whole point is to get you to those spots where he knows what your tendencies are going to be, and then he's going to be able to exploit them. Sean rushes 4. Drop 7 and wants to out-effort you. He wants to out-team you. He wants to compete and hustle and tackle you. And Sean does not pitch a lot of change-ups and cutters and those swing and miss pitches, right? Those big moment pitches, go and get the strikeouts. This is a fundamentals, I want to say bend but don't break, but they were really bad on third down last year, so it didn't end up being that way at all. But hopefully a bend but don't break defense that over time just sits on you for long enough, forces enough 3s instead of 7s, forces a couple punts, and then our offense is going to win for us by being effective on the other side. It is a simple defense on a chalkboard, and that defense looks really good against bad quarterbacks, bad offensive coordinators, and teams that you have outgunned, teams who don't have the wide receiver talent or the running back talent or the offensive line talent. Then you get to January football. And the longer and longer I do this, the more emphatically I believe that January football is just so different than September to December football. And if you're not building and optimizing for January football, you're going to look real good, and then you're going to get to the postseason, and someone's going to punch you in the mouth, and you don't know how that feels. And I think over time, you can say for Buffalo pretty emphatically that the way that Sean likes to play defense, where I think Christian Benford, right, Greg Rousseau, Ed Oliver, these are good players. Are they stars at their positions? Not necessarily. And so they look great for the regular season. They get to January football, and then you start to feel a little bit, out weight class when you play against those playoff offenses.
Benjamin Solak of ESPN. On the offensive side, just really quickly, do they have the horses there? They last year went to the everybody eats mindset. They were doing it without a number 1. They make the trade for Cooper. This year, a couple guys leave, and it's Josh Palmer and Elijah Moore. They're really the only different things for this offense. Pretty much everybody else returns.
Yep.
Is it going to look any different?
Is 17 still the quarterback?
Sure.
Yeah, they got the horses. They'll be all right. I mean, it's as simple as if he continues to play the way he did last year, being able to ramp the turnovers down, being willing to be a little bit more in the structure of the offense. Oh yeah. Like you're as long as you have functional play at wide receiver, functional play at running back, and functional play at tight end, like not limiting factors, you're going to be fine. The other thing is that offensive line, right? Which over the last 2 seasons has been the most contiguous offensive line, right? They're not missing snaps. These guys are playing together for thousands of snaps over the last 2 years. That continuity allows them to be so good in the running game, so good on 3rd and 4th down, right? So good in those key moments. So Josh, the offensive line, Brady, I believe in it. And if you get more out of you expect than Josh Palmer and Elijah Moore, a step forward from Dalton Kincaid, great. But as long as 17's the guy, they have what it takes to be a Super Bowl caliber offense. I believe that.
Benjamin Solak, ESPN. We'll let you run. We know you've got stuff
Appreciate
to do,
it, fellas.
so we'll get you out of here. Thanks for stopping by and continued, good luck on the journey.
Yep.
Around the rest of camps.
Take care.
All right, Benjamin Solak, ESPN NFL analyst. We thank you for stopping by. And right in here, stepping in, is Bill's special teams coordinator, Chris Tabor. Yeah, we knew we had you coming, so we're on 6 to 10, Chris. So the problem is all of our guests, they wake up around like 8 o'clock and on. If you wanted to come at 6, we would have welcomed you. It would have been all right.
No, that's okay. I think this is a good time right here.
All right. Well, welcome, Jeremy and Joe. Camp, special teams, like we started off the show talking special teams. We're going to talk to Steve Tasker next segment, how the change last year was obviously drastic, and then another change this year. And I wonder, as a special teams coach, if it's been an exciting time to kind of go through this. If these changes, it seems like they've been leaning on the special teams coaches and coordinators when talking about all these changes they've tried to implement with a dynamic kickoff.
No, the league's done a really nice job of asking our community, with the help of designing this. I think, the biggest change that, last year shocked everybody, right, what it looked like, and I think everyone kind of got used to it. I still think that there's things that are a work in progress as you're going through. I think the biggest change, though, this year is now with the touchback going to 35, you're probably going to see more balls in play. So you're looking at an uptick of, let's say last year 24 to 27 returns possibly per team. They're talking about 75. So it's going to be as we always say, they want a watchable play. And I'm for that, and exciting time, but we got to get good at it.
I was telling Joe, I remember back a Super Bowl where John Casey kicks the ball out of bounds, and it's at the 40 for Tom Brady. And it's funny how the evolution of it is kicking out of bounds was the 40. What a penalty. Now kicking in the end zone's the 35. I mean, it's drastic.
It is, because if you think, let's say you kick a touchback, team gets the ball at the 35, and the offense goes out. And let's say the defense does a great job, and, you're at the 44-yard line. I mean, now today's punter, you're almost in that pooch area where now you're getting in inside the 20, inside the 15. On the flip side of that, now the long field that takes place, all of a result of essentially really the touchback.
Yeah.
Because if the defense does a nice job on a 3 and out, I mean, still your punter has the opportunity to flip the field again right there. So it's an interesting play.
You being out of the league, not coaching in the league last year and watching the first year of tape on the dynamic kickoff, do you feel like it's a different perspective for you watching it and not necessarily, living in it yet? So I almost want to ask, it's kind of new to you, but I'm sure you're in those meetings and you've watched all of them, that you would maybe doesn't feel new.
No, it at times it still does.
Yeah.
I think I'm over the newness, though. I think probably it really hit me when we were in OTAs and when we lined up to do it the first time, and I was like, wow, everybody's right here. Mm-hmm. When you see it on TV, it's still different. But I think the thing that's different for me now is knowing our players, what their skill sets are, and how you want to return the football, and what you find problems with everything. You just have to figure out, hey, this is going to be our scheme. Where are the stressors at? And then what are our answers for that stressor based on the people that you have? So that was always the piece last year that I didn't have. I wasn't coaching a player. Mm-hmm. So I was like, well, man, I could do this, but let's say you don't have a player that could accomplish that skill set. Then what are you going to do? So I think that's been the that's been the fun challenge.
Yeah, that was a wonder. I know last year when it first was implemented, like with the profile of the players that are on those kickoffs, change at all? Like, would teams look for bigger players out there? And I don't know, like, it didn't really feel like it was that drastic of a change. Maybe teams are still trying to figure that out.
I think people talked about it, but at the end of the day, you can't do that. I mean, when you build 53 to game day 48, like, there's only so many bodies. Like, automatically, there's going to be 2 quarterbacks. There's going to be 8 offensive linemen. I mean, it starts to whittle itself. So saying that, hey, you need these body types, well, it just doesn't work like that.
Chris Tabor, Bill's special teams coordinator, joining us here from St. John Fisher. As you get a look at your group, the draft happens. A lot of times we're talking about the draft and younger players are talking about a willingness to contribute on special teams. And do you find when young players come into this league that they are eager, ready to do whatever it takes? Or some players, does it take maybe they didn't do that in college and it's like, listen, you're here now. This is your way. This is your way on the team.
You get both. And I think that's pretty natural. Some guys come in and they're very willing and they understand. Some guys are coming in, and as you alluded to earlier, like, didn't really play a lot of special. Maybe they did it their freshman year, but haven't done it for a long time. And then, they get here and they think, well, I'm just going to be offense, defense. Well, it's, as we were talking about the numbers just a little bit ago, like, when you start doing the numbers, I probably have 26 guys that I can pick from. Now, within that, you're going to start whittling, hey, you can't not using these receivers, they're not using this running back. So I say 26, but then it dwindles down.
Return game, if he's going to play both sides of the ball, I'm not asking for that much. Or is it just too tough because of meetings?
No, I think it's there's a lot of things that go into that, right? It could be injuries, where you're at, what the matchups are, how many plays is a guy playing in those offensive packages or defensive packages. Because if you have a helmet on game day, you have to contribute to winning. So that's part of the fun puzzle for special teams coaches. Like, okay, hey, he had a big role last week. Maybe his role's not as big, but he has a helmet. He has to help us win. So we were using this player. His role's bigger. Now we need to use this player. And that's the fun challenge that I like to say.
Your first time coaching a lot of these guys. Is anybody standing out to you? I mean, Cam Lewis, of course, has been here a while. There's a bunch of names I can roll through that have been kind of core special teams players here for a while. Who stands out to you?
Oh, gosh. Loaded question.
Yeah.
Because then I might forget somebody, and I don't want to do that. Here's what I would say overall. It's a group that I think they like playing football. They're intelligent football players. I have a lot of confidence in them. The more, we're growing together, and we're, at the beginning of spring, learning each other. Now I'm installing new stuff. Then you come now to training camp, and the installs go a little bit faster because they understand what I'm looking for, and I also understand what their skill sets are. But it's been really nice because we do have some veteran guys, a la Cam, that, they say, hey, Tabes, could you might need to re-hit this for the young guys. Where I listen to that. So it's nice on my end to have some experienced guys that give me a little view, kind of hit me on my blind spots a little bit. So it's nice.
When you're coming in to coach a kicker, Tyler Bass, been here for a while. Last year, some swings. Like, do you talk to him about how to go last year? How's it gone the last few years? You're working on a lot of different things. He went through a rough stretch and then kind of bounced back in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, I think all kickers are going to do that. I mean, let's think about it, guys. There's only 32 of them. Where you're the wide receiver position around the league. Let's get into those numbers. Those are big numbers. You're talking about 32 players. There's going to be some ups and downs. Here's our deal. What we want to try to do is, obviously, we're not going to peak right now. We'd like to peak game 1 against the Ravens. From there, we want to maintain, and if it begins to dip, we want to be able to shoot them out of the dip quickly, whether that's a technique thing, whether that's always making sure. We want to have, on game day, he needs to have a fresh leg, but at the same time has to be calloused enough through practice and put in some situations that he's ready to go. So I don't talk a lot about the past. I try to learn from the past, and so if we do hit any of those markers, we got to be able to get them out of it quickly.
How much for those guys, for Tyler Bass and for Brad Robbins, Reed Ferguson, like those specialist positions, how much of coaching with them is more kind of what you just talked about, like the mental aspect of the game versus, like, I always wonder that about kickers and punters, like technique, like is that a lot of them on their own? Is there coaching elements to that too?
No, there's coaching elements to that. I mean, it's I don't know if you guys are golfers.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You want to talk golfing analogies? We are ready for that.
Well, what is your handicap?
Right now.
You're an 11?
I'm an 11, yeah.
He's 11, I'm a 13. So
okay,
we're
I'm with you. We could all go out and play. Scramble. I would say this, a golfer, everybody has their own swing, right? My job is to learn the swing and getting to know the nuances of, hey, here's his good ball, here's his bad ball. Why is that? What's a little bit different? And then being able to coach that as we go. It's not one-stop shop. We got to you got to personalize the coaching because everybody's swing is different. Tyler Bass's swing is different than like when I had Cairo Santos in Chicago or Eddie Pinheiro. You know what I mean? Like, so you learn the player. You learn the player and go from there.
You bring up the golfer analogy. I feel like I don't remember which Bills punter it would have been a couple years ago talking about this exact thing where some punts you're hitting a 4-iron and some punts you're hitting the wedge. Is there different delivery in that way as well?
No question, especially kicking in Buffalo. I mean, if you're kicking in the north, those are tough assignments. What's the wind? Is it left to right, right to left? Where am I going to play this? What club am I going to use? And I think that's where punters are got to be really good. And maybe even the kicker, if I don't want to get it up as high, to get up in the old jet stream there, I've got to hit a more piercing ball, to get this thing through so it can hold. I think those are all things, manipulation of the foot and all that stuff that they do. That really helps them.
And then like something else for a coach to think about, coordinator to think about. Next year, new stadium, and there's not going to be a lot of data on the wind and how that's going to.
Although supposedly there will be a lot less.
Listen, I know that's looking in the future, but just the idea of like all the things you're learning for this year, it's one last year in Highmark.
Well, yeah, honestly, I'm with you. I haven't even thought about that.
I hadn't until right now either. So,
but so let's put that on the back burner.
Right.
Okay, let's put that on the back
burner.
Fair
enough. You've been here in Buffalo since February. What have you learned about the area or the organization? Anything?
It's a special place. I know people say that, but it really is. I mean, the fan base is unbelievable. I've known that from playing, being on other organizations, and coming to Buffalo and play. You've always known that, but now when you're in it. It's really neat. People are so nice. I'm a Midwest guy, and I think when sometimes Midwest people, you think New York, you think New Yorkers, you know what I mean. But people are very Midwest nice, and it's I'm glad I'm here, and people are awesome.
Very good. Special teams coordinator Chris Tabor here from St. John Fisher. Thanks for the time, and best of luck this season.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Jeremy and Joe, when we get back, Steve Tasker's going to pop in for a minute, and we'll chat a little more about this upcoming practice, the team where they are. Maxwell Harrison saw Bobby Babbage says they have a plan, but it is tough. He's not going to be getting game speed reps. Hard to simulate that, but they do have a plan in place for rookie cornerback Maxwell Harrison with that sprained LCL. We'll get a break in. Our thanks to special teams coordinator Chris Tabor. I hadn't thought about the stadium thing, but there's a special
confusion.
I'm just saying, if you're a special teams coordinator, all this stuff, and a punter, Brad Robbins, Tyler Bass, when Bass goes into that new stadium, he's got no data on what the wind's going to do, if there is wind. We'll get a break in, then Steve Tasker joins us here on WGR.
Is safety at all behind Cole Bishop and Taylor Rapp? Is that changing at all, in your opinion, for who is maybe in line right now to make the team? I'm thinking about Hamlin for this. Like, Hamlin, I don't know, I always see him interacting with guys out there, like whether it's the young guys or it's coaching, and, of course, he could do special teams as well. And then there's rookies, obviously, that are competing there. There's Cam Lewis. I don't know. What does safety look like to you right now, or is it still a huge question mark behind Bishop and Taylor Rapp?
I have long believed, my prediction going into camp was that Derek Forrest would be the fourth safety and DeMar Hamlin would not be on the team. But the way that you get DeMar Hamlin on the team, because I could see it, would be Cam Lewis and Jordan Hancock are both are kind of guys that you don't necessarily rely on to be your fourth safety. They can do a lot of different things for you. They can be versatile. One can play special teams. One can be a nickel. I still think it's going to be it's tough for numbers. I think it's Damar Hamlin and Derek Forrest could be fighting for a spot. And the reason I say that is because I just can't see Cam Lewis not on this team. Brandon Beane loves him.
Yeah.
He thinks Brandon Beane will tell you, the guy could start for a lot of teams as a nickel corner. Mm-hmm. Why would you get rid of a really, really terrific backup nickel corner?
Right.
When he can be on your team. And he's been here for 7 years now. He plays all your special teams. The fly in the ointment is Jordan Hancock. Jordan Hancock, because he can play safety, he can play nickel corner, that squeezes one of those numbers. And it's going to be interesting to see how it washes out.
And the Bills love their position flexibility. It's
Yes.
kind of a way to make a 53-man roster kind of like a 57-man. We'll talk again with the Bills special teams coordinator coming up at 9:15 and Steve Tasker at 9:30. So a little bit of a special teams tinge to today. I was just looking this up. What percentage of football fans, NFL fans, could perfectly explain to you how the kickoff currently works?
Let me first ask, did they change anything from last year?
I will not answer that question because
that's giving me the answer.
That's part of it. They changed a lot last year, and then they had tweaks this year. And that you don't know if they did, I think is an indication that less than 10% of football fans could nail how the kickoff currently works.
Because I know what they did last year, but what they've changed from last year to this year, I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, well, tonight's a Hall of Fame game.
I have no idea.
You might get an explainer. This is actually one spot where having a rules analyst on the broadcast is worth it.
Yeah.
All right.
The Hall of Fame game.
Yeah. Or Hall of Fame game and just explaining kickoffs. Like, all right, hey, everybody, I know you watch kickoffs for 30 years, and they changed it last year, and they changed a little bit of the change. So currently, and you watch this tonight at the Hall of Fame game, the touchback on kickoffs, on kickoffs, not touchbacks on punts. Touchbacks aren't the same as touchbacks all the time anymore. That's one thing, of course, we've changed.
Okay.
Touchbacks on kickoffs come out to the 35. So if you're a kickoff into the end zone, touchback is the 35-yard line. Last year, that was the 30. And the return rate was not high enough. They did not like how high it was. Many coaches were comfortable kicking touchbacks in 2024. The league produced a return rate of 32%. Okay. Denver Broncos special teams coach Darren Rizzi, one of the primary architects of the new revamp to the 35, says the return rate should jump to between 70 and 75%.
Who's that on the call there?
Catching strays.
Yeah, what
there on
the?
the call.
It was a touchdown.
I can't remember who that was. That was.
It's not Randy Cross, is it?
It
No.
might have been, but I don't think so.
All
It
right.
might have been Cricky or Trump. I don't know.
Yeah. Steve Tasker
Bob
with us
Trump.
here from training
Trumpy,
camp.
yeah.
And then what happened in a red helmet? Welcome back to the red helmets, right?
Yeah, how about it? The day before, it was like, it's not happening. And they don't tell us anything. On One Bill's Drive, they don't tell us. On One Bill's Live, they don't tell us anything. So they don't want us to break that kind of stuff because they got plans for all of that information. And we were like, hey, I was like, let's go.
Yeah. I mean, final season in the stadium. Steve Tasker here with us from St. John Fisher. Just saw the quarterbacks walk out on the field, so practice going to get started shortly. Saw Josh and the other two, Mike White and Mitch Trubisky. So, I mean, final year in the stadium.
Yeah.
Is it? You feel like it's meaningful, or do you think you'll kind of get to there?
It is for me. All of it's meaningful. We already have, I've got family members. I got 3 older brothers, and they've been literally coming up to Buffalo for 38 years to watch games. I have 2 older brothers. I'm an old guy, and I have my older brothers. One's 65, almost 66, and the other one's 70. Right? So we're an old bunch of guys. They're coming up for a month. They're going to stay at the house. They're going to the opener. They're staying through the Jets game, and they're going to the next 3 home games.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, that it means something to them. It means something to me too. So, and then my nieces and my nephews and all. We got people in and out of the house all season because they want to be in the stadium for this last year. It's pretty cool.
You said they're staying through the Jet game. That's the other thing too. Is like for a lot of fans, like every game will be someone's last game at the stadium. Like not
That's
like
right.
if you're a season ticket holder, obviously you'd probably be there till the end. But for many, like that opener might be the last one.
That's
the
right.
Saints game might be
Yeah,
the
that's
last
right.
one.
I hadn't thought about that, but you're
Yeah.
exactly right because everybody, not everybody goes every game.
Right.
And even season ticket holders don't go to every game, right? Because you get in those November, you get the 49ers game last year, it's like, you know what, I'm giving them to the kids, right? So, it'll be quite a moment.
It's kind of why, too, it kind of sounds like they're doing, like, there's the finale and they'll be wearing the red helmets, but even Pete Gwelly's talked about this. Like, the whole season will be celebrating, like, the end of the stadium.
And it's going to be kind of cool, too, because at some point, I don't know when it's going to be, maybe in April, for all I know, or maybe one of the games, or maybe if it all falls, all our hopes and dreams are fulfilled in the AFC Championship games in our building. They're going to have some point the big reveal of the new place. They're going to turn the lights on to it when you're coming out, and they're going to pop the lights on it and say, "Hey, we go." My wife laughs at me because I tear up. I tear up at a good beer commercial. But when you start thinking about the old joint and all the what it's meant to me and most of the guys I played with, it's going to be very meaningful.
Hopefully a meaningful season. I mean, there's no doubt about that. They're all meaningful lately.
Yeah.
And here we are at training camp. So, we were talking about this before you came on. Like, it's kind of the same. I mean, this training camp, Sean McDermott runs a machine at this point, and the only thing we're actually watching is to dodge things like what happened to Hairston. Like, get out healthy. The news on him is good enough.
Yeah,
so
it's plenty good. Yeah, he'll be all right. He'll be ready. He'll be 100% by the time the season rolls up. Maybe a week and a half before. He'll be playing in that last preseason game, I would imagine.
How
you're right. The injury long list it's
long.
It doesn't worry me yet.
Yeah.
It's not time to worry about that stuff, and it's all minor.
How much can a player get mental reps? I mean, maybe as a rookie it's different, but he's going to be in meetings. He's going to be still keeping up on stuff, but not get the game speed stuff. Can he reasonably stay with it, and can a player ever kind of maybe get more? Because they say that in hockey, right? Go sit in the press box and get a look at it, and it'll click a little bit better. How valuable can mental reps be?
They can be extremely valuable, but it depends on the guy. Some guys can't do that. Some guys don't learn that way. You do whatever you can to stay engaged. Certainly everybody does that, but some guys struggle not walking through it, not being on the field. And some guys read it on the paper and they've got it. Some guys watch it on the film and they've got it. Some guys walk through it and they've got it. But this coaching staff's really good, and this development crew, that's why they get guys that nobody else gets. They throw it at them every way they can possibly learn, and so they pick it up. It's up to Max, and it depends on who and how Max is put together as to whether he can continue to get a little better while he's not practicing. And he can. Some guys can. If he's like that, he will. But that remains to be seen. But it is, it's a big degree of difficulty more, for him to do it without being out there.
Part of the good news is that, by all accounts, Tre'Davious White has looked really good out here.
Yeah. McDermott told me, last year, 2 years ago, he never wanted anybody to go someplace else and play better football than they do here. That's certainly true with Tre'Davious. It was true of Jordan Phillips. It was true of, all these guys. A lot of guys who have left. Boogie Basham. Guys who went someplace and played. And that's a real testament to Sean and the program they got here. And Tre'Davious is probably going to be there now. You can throw a lot of the injury problems he had, and he's dealing with it, when he left and through the two teams he was with last year, L.A. and Baltimore. But you can tell he's just refreshed to be back on this field with these guys and this program, and I think this is the best place for him. I think he realizes it. And now that he's come back, he feels invigorated by it. So I think you're seeing that in his play.
How do you feel like it all sets up for them? The roster, the way it's constructed, the way the offseason went, the division, their schedule. It does feel like if they're ever going to get home field advantage in the playoffs, that this year it's kind of set up for them.
Yeah, the one seed's on the table for sure. I think you got to feel like that. I vividly remember we had that on our menu when I was playing back in the day. It's a big goal, and the first one you got to win the division and do all of that. But you want to win every game you're out there. The biggest game for me and the toughest one's going to be that opening game. If they come out of that game, even though it's at home, if they come out of that game against Baltimore with a win, they're a wagon, they're a steamer, because Baltimore has a great roster, an elite quarterback, and they are going to be boiling over as to what happened last time they were in the building when they got put out of the playoffs. You remember that. Right. That's going to be a big advantage for Baltimore coming in here on opening day. So if the Bills, and I imagine it'll be a tough game and all that, but if the Bills can come out of that game opening day with a win, it says a lot about what they're going to be able to withstand, because that is a good team in Baltimore, an elite quarterback, a great coaching staff, an established program, a successful program, and off the charts motivated to beat this particular team. That's a lot. So you'll get a big measuring stick on opening night. Now, I'm not saying, the Bills are going to get their doors blown off. I don't think that'll happen. But that's a hard game to win.
It's nice that it's at home. And it really, like you mentioned, you win that game. I know Kansas City's there too, and there are other teams. But if you're thinking about Baltimore specifically, you win that game, you get the tiebreaker for the whole season for that one seed.
They're going to be there.
It's like a 2-game lead.
They're going to be there.
Right, for sure.
I mean, you feel like Baltimore's kind of you win your division, I get all that. But for this team, and like Baltimore, you're playing against the other division winners. Mm-hmm. You got to stay ahead of the Chiefs. You got to stay ahead of Baltimore. You got to stay ahead of Houston or Jacksonville, whoever's going to win the South. All of those teams you got to stay on top of to get the one seed. So that's kind of your division, is the other division leaders, right? So we'll see if they can do it. But this team needs, all they need to do really is simple, is win their last game. Because they're going to be in the tournament. If you win that game, you got to win the next game. Win your last game instead of having a bad spot on a fourth down.
We focus a lot on the Ravens and the Chiefs. Who's the fourth team this year, do you think? If there's a fourth great AFC team, we talked a little bit about this morning. Bills, Chiefs, Ravens, who's most likely to enter that little club, that little division?
It's a good question. It might be the Chargers, or it might be Denver. I think the Patriots are going to be significantly better, but hard to say that now. Cincinnati, I think they struggle with self-sabotage, like the Jets do. But I think it's going to be one of those teams from the West, because they're striving to beat Kansas City. That's a high bar, so they shoot high. And they've got that division with Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh, Andy Reid, and Sean Payton.
Yeah, 4 Super Bowl winners.
Yeah, that's a tough division. So maybe one of those teams gets it together. I like Bo Nix. We saw him here in the playoffs. I was just watching that playoff game, last day or two, he's got some stuff. He's got some juice. They need to use him a little differently, I think. I don't think Sean Payton's used to having a quarterback that's an athlete. They need to maximize that a little more, keep them safe, but still put more pressure on the defense doing that. But, yeah, I think it's one of those teams.
Steve Tasker with us here at St. John Fisher. We skipped over. We didn't get to. It was a storyline coming into camp. Hasn't been much of one now. James Cook, like expectations for his year that could have been a really noisy distraction. Turns out it was just kind of like a storyline in the preseason, off-season, I should say. And here we are, like, all right, let's see what he's got. He wants more responsibility. Will they give it to him? Will he earn that? Like, what do you expect from James Cook this year?
I expect more of the same. In the games that I've been watching, I was surprised at myself that, yes, he's a great player, really good player, but he's a running back, right? So the ease of replacement is there, and how plentiful they are is there. But then you go back and look, and you're in a snow game against San Francisco, and it's a tight game. You get a turnover, and you finally kind of, you're in a dogfight, and all of a sudden he snaps off a 65-yarder. See you later. Game's over. The guy's unbelievable. He's a really good running back, and they have done a really nice job of keeping him right around 220, 25 touches. If you want to make $15 million a year or $20 million a year like the other guy, you got to have 300 plus touches. The Bills don't run their offense like that. I don't know. I'm a million miles away from any negotiations or any information about what they do, but you can tell that the Bills love the guy, and they've communicated that to him and probably done it tangibly, not with money, but with at least saying, hey, here's what we're thinking. Even if you get hurt this year, we'll give you at least this contract, right? So he probably feels like he has a safety net, and he can go out and play his best football knowing that the Bills are going to be on there whether he's hurt or not because they like him, and they're going to. So maybe they did that. I don't know. It seems like a good idea to me because they do like him, and his career's not going to be over if he has a knee injury or whatever. So you want the guy on your field, and it's best for him too to go out and kill it again this year because he will be a free agent, and then he'll make life-changing money. So maybe that happened. I don't know. It makes some sense to me, but we'll see.
Good news on the injury front. Dawson Knox and Tyrell Shavers appear to be back and practicing today.
Yeah, I knew Shavers was going to – his low ankle and stuff, and Dawson, same thing. A lot of soft tissue stuff, Van Perrin Granger and
Curtis Samuel.
Yeah. That stuff doesn't really bother me too much. And I say this too, it seems like it goes around every year, and Ed Abramowski, the Hall of Fame trainer for the Bills over 40 years or however long Eddie did it, he used to say, he goes, it's just the way it is. He goes, you'll go 5 years and you'll never see a turf toe. And then all of a sudden you got 6 of them in 1 year. Last year, we'll go 4 years without ever having anybody hurt their wrist, and we had 3 or 4 of them last year. It's that way. And I'll say one thing, it is a little bit systemic when you get a bunch of guys getting the same injuries because they're all on the same program, and when they start turning up the adrenaline and out and competing, all of a sudden the same thing pops on everybody. There's a little bit of that going on, I think, but this whole crew is pulling the same direction from Sean and these guys all the way down through the guys cutting the grass. It's you're right. You said it before. It's a machine out here.
Yeah, 2 come in, 1 out. Cole Bishop not practicing today with a quad injury. So.
Okay.
We'll see how that goes.
Quickly before we let you go, Marv Levy's 100th birthday.
Yes,
is
Friday, tomorrow.
Coming up. I was just actually reading a story.
The party's tomorrow, yeah.
The party's tomorrow. He did an interview with the Rochester Business Journal, and he's like, I don't know why everybody's making such a big deal. It's just a 1 with 2 zeros behind it, but certainly
seems like a big deal.
Bills fans, maybe the Hall of Fame too. The story I'm reading is he might be the first Hall of Famer to ever celebrate a 100th birthday. Everyone else will be making a big deal of it, for sure.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, he has cut. Over 100 years has cut a wide swath. There's a lot of people who love him and respect him, and he's affected positively hundreds of people, guys like me and all the guys he coached throughout the years. And even since he quit coaching, the way he's mentored and been available and been this kind of this elder statesman. He's a Hall of Fame human being. He has made a difference for a lot of guys. So I'm going to go down. It's in Canton.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to go down just tomorrow, just for a little while.
Yeah.
I'm not staying or anything, but I'm going to go down and say hello to him and just for a minute. And it's just you feel like you need to. And me and some of the old guys, we went to Chicago last summer for his 99th, and we spent the weekend with him, and we actually watched the Bills-Houston game together. So, it's going to be cool. And, congratulations to Marv. He's a phenomenal guy, and the outpouring you see is so genuine from everybody who's involved. So I think that's as big a testament to how cool a guy he is than anything else.
Thanks for stopping by. We'll be listening today for One Bills Live.
Yeah, we'll see you guys around. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
You too.
Steve Tasker back for Extendo Sports to close things out and hand it off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show that's coming up here on WGR. Another day of training camp. And yesterday we got good news. Of course, the big news out of the way early. Maxwell Hairston, not a long-term injury, not a season ender, not a month. So it looks like it'll be weeks. Could be ready to go about the start of the regular season, which, now we get into the conversation about can he get mental reps, right? Will he be in these meetings and have an opportunity to kind of get up to speed even though he can't be on the field? This is something that for rookies we've seen be a problem. With Cole Bishop, kind of led to a conversation that his whole season wasn't where it needed to be because he was hurt for so much of it.
Yep.
I hope we don't get into that kind of conversation about Hairston. Just, hey, yeah, he's banged up and he's got an LCL sprain, but the timeline is just like, a little blip, little speed bump, no big deal, hopefully.
Certainly good news. Feels like expecting him to play week 1, not even because he's not healthy, but because of everything you just said. Doesn't it kind of feel like a long shot right now that not again that he would be, maybe he would even be active for the game and would be practicing weeks before the game begins. But what are the odds now that they line up against Baltimore week 1 Sunday Night Football and he's even rotating in on the defense? Like he's there maybe as a strict backup, and that is it for the start of the year. And maybe that honestly could be the first month of the season. I mean, Cole Bishop last year doesn't get in until there's an injury. So, resetting expectations with Hairston a little bit, I think you kind of have to because I just don't think it's really fair to expect or likely to expect that, especially that Baltimore game, that he's going to make any sort of impact.
Yeah. If you go 6 weeks from today, we are into the season.
Okay.
So what's the timeline? He could be ready for the opener. That's about 5.5 weeks away.
Ian Rappaport had 3 weeks, right, on his tweet yesterday, 3 to 4 weeks.
So the timeline is he'll be healthy. The LCL sprain could be good by the time we get to the end of the preseason.
Is safety at all behind Cole Bishop and Taylor Rapp? Is that changing at all, in your opinion, for who is maybe in line right now to make the team? I'm thinking about Hamlin for this. Like, Hamlin, I don't know, I always see him interacting with guys out there, like whether it's the young guys or it's coaching, and, of course, he can do special teams as well. And then there's rookies, obviously, that are competing there. There's Cam Lewis. I don't know. What does safety look like to you right now, or is it still a huge question mark behind Bishop and Taylor Rapp?
I have long believed, like, my prediction going into camp was that Derek Forrest would be the fourth safety and DeMar Hamlin would not be on the team. But the way that you get DeMar Hamlin on the team, because I could see it, would be Cam Lewis and Jordan Hancock are both are kind of guys that you don't necessarily rely on to be your fourth safety. They can do a lot of different things for you. They can be versatile. One can play special teams. One can be a nickel. I still think it's going to be it's tough for numbers. I think it's DeMar Hamlin and Derek Forrest could be fighting for a spot. And the reason I say that is because I just can't see Cam Lewis not on this team. Brandon Beane loves him. Yeah. He thinks Brandon Beane will tell you, the guy could start for a lot of teams as a nickel corner. Mm-hmm. Why would you get rid of a really, really terrific backup nickel corner?
Right.
When he can be on your team. And he's been here for 7 years now. He plays all your special teams. The fly in the ointment is Jordan Hancock. Jordan Hancock, because he can play safety, he can play nickel corner, that squeezes one of those numbers. And I just, it's going to be interesting to see how it washes out.
And the Bills love their position flexibility. It's
Yes.
kind of a way to make a 53-man roster kind of like a 57-man. All right. Jeremy and Joe wrapping from St. John Fisher for this week. We'll be back in Buffalo tomorrow, and so will the Bills at the Blue and Red, the Battle of the Blue and Red at Highmark Stadium. Get a chance to get a look at the new Highmark, across the street every once in a while. It's nice to go down there and take a look.
How about a black and red helmet for Josh Allen tomorrow?
Oh, yeah, we're on the helmet routine. I forgot about that. Do you want to guess which band is playing the Concert for Legends? August 3rd. You got the Hall of Fame game tonight, the Enshrinees Gold Jacket Dinner. Saturday's the enshrinement, and on Sunday the 3rd, there's a Concert for Legends, which means...
it's just for the Legends? The Eagles.
It's a great question.
That makes sense, right? They just won the Super Bowl. It's a band of that generation. Well, wait a minute. The guys going in now, though, are in their 40s, 50s.
Yeah. I want to find out who was
popular in the late 80s. Journey.
No. I mean, your process is kind of off. Last year, it was Carrie Underwood.
Oh, okay.
2023, the Concert for Legends was Zach Brown Band.
Okay.
2020, so they get like big acts here. 2022, it was Journey. There you go. That's what you were thinking of there. 2021, the Concert for Legends at the Hall of Fame was Brad Paisley with Lynyrd Skynyrd.
So this is going to be like Luke Combs.
The correct answer is, after I said that in 2020 it was canceled, I want to find one more to give context on the kind of act that is doing this. The 2019 Concert for Legends was Imagine Dragons. There you go. That's the closest one yet.
How about Chapel Rome?
It's not Imagine Dragons. It's who? Maroon 5 at 2018. Now you could get
So basically, 2018 Maroon. So this is music acts that were popular 3 years before.
Kid Rock and Toby Keith in 2017.
Who was popular in 2022?
Don't limit it to just 3 years, but just who's popular? Who is a popular band that is in this genre?
Taylor Swift.
2016, it's
Katy Perry.
Tim McGraw. Aerosmith, 2015. That might have been the inaugural Concert for Legends.
Some of these are country, though. It's not country?
It is Nickelback. Oh. Nickelback is doing the Concert for Legends at the Hall of Fame weekend.
By the way, Hall of Fame weekend, very quickly. So I just asked Steve about Marv. I'm reading the story. Saturday evening, he'll kick off this year's induction ceremonies. He'll be the first Hall of Famer introduced on stage by Chris Berman at Tom Benson Stadium.
Very good.
So it looks like they're going to have some sort of celebration for Marv at Hall of Fame weekend in Canton. Should be cool.
All right. Thanks for listening, calling, texting, tweeting, anything you did along the way, chatting in YouTube. Subscribe and like on our YouTube channel as well. Stay tuned here on WGR for the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. And, looking forward to it. The Battle of the Blue and Red tomorrow night. All right, bye.